Hello and welcome to my read-a-thon. Oh, yes, let's get set up. I am presently getting set up. If I had spent all the time I'm spending setting up reading books, I'd probably be at the end of my challenge. But yeah, hey, my name is Jerrold. I have not live streamed in a while. Last time I did was in celebration of my donut book Kickstarter. Every time I get online, I realize how much distance has grown between me and my live streaming. In 2020 and 2021, I did it almost daily and became adept. Now I need to remember all my hotkeys and, for example, change. How do I orient myself here? Change that to because that drop shadow is so important to today's proceedings. That's better. All right. So yes, hello and welcome to Mr. Jerrold's End of Summer Read-a-Thon. I set up a challenge at the start of this summer. I'm participating in a mentorship program as a mentor, and on meeting my mentee, realized this is a person of great skill, talent, and intelligence, and I wanted to up my game and make sure I was delivering the best mentoring experience I could. So I spoke to my friend Julie Danielson in Tennessee, who taught a picture book course at the University of Tennessee. I asked Jules if I could see her syllabus, and she very kindly shared it with me. And in that syllabus, she explains that she asks her students to read 200 books in the course of the summer. It's a summer course. Which sounds like a lot, but if you break it down over a summer, it's not all that bad. It works out, I think, to about 20 books a week or 3 books a day. Naturally, I did not read 3 books a day. I did read some, not every day, but I'm at about 100 books. Halfway through the challenge, 200 books being the goal. The goal being to read them by next Saturday. So here I am. I think I'm exactly at 97 books to go, 6 days. My goal today is to read maybe like 50 books and just get us through, closer to the finish line. What else? I think that explains it. I'm probably not going to do a lot of talking. I may not even read aloud. In preparation for this live stream, I cleaned up my space, and in doing so, dislodged a lot of dust, throwing it into my throat. Aha, perfect. Excellent. Let's back. This will be where I share the books, of course. Those of you who are familiar with my live stream maybe have an idea of how I've set things up here. Oh, you know what? F2, F3, F2. Good. Let's see if these guys still work. No. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I'm procrastinating like mad here. Hello, I see there's a viewer now watching. I'm in the process of setting up. Yes, I was going to alert people on both Twitter and Blue Sky that I've gone live. Although, I don't know if I care to. Because if I invite people to watch, I'm going to be talking to them and not reading as efficiently as I should. But that's also why I'm doing this, because I know I might not do it unless I had the virtual company. What am I trying to do here? There we are. Okay. We're getting closer. The pile of books is over there behind me. You can't see it. It's behind this desk. Hey, Brittany made it. Hello, Brittany. So good to see you. You probably heard me say I'm getting set up, which you're witnessing at this very minute. Hey, Brittany, actually, you're the first person. Can you give me a thumbs up in the chat if like everything seems okay? You can hear me, I hope. Yeah, I think everything should be working. It's been a while since I've done this, so I'm trying to get everything set up. I've got 2 books I found in a little free library yesterday. I've got a stack of books that I purchased over the summer. Where should I set these? Yeah, I'm going to attempt to get through this stack, or some portion of this stack today. Oh yeah, I got a couple here I'm really looking forward to reading. Yeah, all right. You know what? Let's start here. Let's just get started. I'm not going to overthink this. I was wondering how I should log the books. Hey, a thumbs up, thank you. I was going to log the books as I read them in some way. You know, I've even got books here that I wrote. A little book I manufactured. Maybe I'll share that. More likely I'm going to share the books I bought over the summer. I hit some really good bookstores. I got some really good books that I just haven't read yet. And unlike my donut live stream, you know, I'm not working against a timeline here. I'm not working against a timeline. I'm not going to stick to this goal very strictly. I mean, I'm hoping to get about 50 books read today, so I don't embarrass myself in the challenge that I set up. Okay, let's just stack them here, and then what we'll do is we'll just work our way down the stack, and as I approach them, if I decide I want to read them, or if I decide I'm able to read them, for example, this one's in, I think, Mandarin. I won't be able to read this one, but we can maybe treat it like a wordless book. Okay, my desk is feeling that. Let's handle this piece by piece. You know what? I also have books that I want to share, but I don't want to read, because check this out. This book here is called Flying Dimitri. I found this summer, and this book broke my heart. It's a beautiful book, but it's not the kind of book I want to read to someone. I'd like to let them discover it for themselves. So if you're able to find this book anywhere, do, and then let me know what you think of it. I'm going to show this once or twice again over the stream, because I want people to know about that book. Some books are going to be too long to read. I've read this in class. It's a long one. Let's put this over here. Right here. All right, let's get started. And this is a book I wanted to read. I've been really looking forward to reading, and we're going to read it. We're going to pair it. Pair it, not parrot, the bird. Pair it, the action of matching. We're going to pair it with a classic Sendak book, because you're going to see in a minute they share a theme or a format. Let's just jump in, huh? Oh, I was going to... Oh, hold on. Just a real quick update. Let the people know what I'm doing. I'll be just a moment. Hold on. I'm presently visiting my own channel so I can get the URL. Hey, I'm presently live. Look at this. Recursive Jerrold, I see myself online. I also feel a little bit weird about just throwing my link out there. Hey, Brittany, tell me, did you catch any part of the donut live stream? Okay. Wet my whistle. No, those guys are fun. No, we don't want that one. I'm trying to remember which is my... You're in and out of it. Great. I thought I remembered that. Yeah. Okay, good. So you know how this goes. So yeah, feel free to put in the chat, you know, chime in anytime, ask questions about the books. Ah, the applause. All right, number 7. When we finish a book. There we go. I'll do that. I wish I should have set this up to have the Reading Rainbow. Da-dun-dun. That's a good one. All right. I'm just procrastinating now. Here we go. All right, we are reading "What Do You Say, Dear" by Cecile Joslin with pictures by Maurice Sendak. What do you say, dear? A handbook of etiquette for young ladies and gentlemen to be used as a guide for everyday good manners. What do you say, dear? You are in the town and there is a man giving baby elephants to people. You want to take one home because you have always wanted a baby elephant. But first the man introduces you to each other. What do you say, dear? How do you do? You are picking dandelions and columbines outside the castle. Suddenly a fierce dragon appears and blows red smoke at you. But just then a brave knight gallops up and cuts off the dragon's head. What do you say, dear? Thank you very much. You are a cowboy riding round the range. Suddenly Bad-Nosed Bill comes up behind you with a gun. He says, "Would you like me to shoot a hole in your head?" What do you say, dear? No, thank you. You are a nurse and you rush to see a patient because a dinosaur bit him. You bandage him up and he says, "Oh, nurse, you have saved my life. Thank you." What do you say, dear? I'm glad I helped you. You have gone to do some shopping. You are walking backwards because sometimes you like to, and you bump into a crocodile. What do you say, dear? I'm so sorry. These are important circumstances. I mean, these are things, you know, any kid. These are familiar situations to many kids. You are at a wedding party because you are the bride. You have a fine husband and an enormous wedding cake, and you are going to live happily ever after. Only first, you are very, very hungry. What do you say, dear? May I please have some cake? Man, the groom isn't happy about this. You are at the princess's ball and she is telling you a secret, but her orchestra of bears is making such a fearful lot of noise, you cannot hear what she is saying. What do you say, dear? I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Okay, I like this trombone-playing bear being annoyed by the saxophonist. Actually, wait. Yeah, so's the French horn. Bassoon bear don't care. You go to London to see the Queen. She says, "Oh, you must stay for dinner. We are having spaghetti." So you do, and there's spaghetti for the first course, spaghetti for the main dish, and a spaghetti salad. By the time the Queen's guard brings spaghetti for pudding, you cannot fit in your chair anymore, and you want to leave the table. What do you say, dear? May I please get down? You are flying around in your airplane, and you remember that the Duchess said, do drop in for tea sometime. So you do, only it makes a rather large hole in her roof. What do you say, dear? I'm sorry. You know, we've seen I'm sorry somewhere else in this book earlier. I'm so sorry, I think they said to the crocodile. You are a dangerous pirate, and you have captured a fine lady. I'll just say I would have changed that line. May I help you repair your roof? You are a dangerous pirate, and you have captured a fine lady to take on your ship. Every morning when you untie her so she can eat breakfast, she says, good morning, how are you? What do you say, dear? Very well, thank you. How are you? All your friends come to your house for a party. The princess brings her orchestra of bears, and they play 2 dances. But then they want to eat everybody up. What do you say, dear? This is the end. Goodbye. Just that one line. Do you think that's the only thing? Are you thinking this was for Victoria, Alexandra, Julia, and Awich Hein Buff? Are you suggesting, Brittany, that we should change more than just that one line? I mean, notably, you know, certain things may not fly so well today. But I've seen in the last couple days question books. There's a Mac Barnett question book where the story presents questions to the kids, and another one very similar. It's all black and white book, but it's a lot more in it. I'm not sure what you call that format of book, but it's popular. So then I saw this one at the same shopping trip, Main Street Books in Penticton, British Columbia. It's A Spoon, Not a Shovel by Carolyn Buhner and Mark Buhner, illustrator of Harry Potter's Balloon Farm. And I think as a team, how Snowmen at Night. Let's get this arranged. But I think there's a lot of charm. The pirate kidnapping the princess. There's some problematic aspects there too. But you know, kids play pirate games. It's a spoon, not a shovel. I like that. To Bob, who never shovels, and reminds us. Are your manners monstrous or marvelous? Here's a quiz to help you find out. Choose the letter of the answer you think is best. Then look at the picture and see if you can find that same letter hidden in the picture. If you can, you pick the right one. Let's see how you do. So I haven't read this at all. I didn't realize there was a game built into it, into the illustrations. When Victor Vulture arrives late at a feast, he should say, "Move it, buzzard." A, "Move it, buzzard." B, "Excuse me." C, "Martians are green." So I don't think the book is tongue-in-cheek. I think we're supposed to answer sincerely, and I guess we would say, "Excuse me." So somewhere in this picture should be a hidden letter B. Oh, check this out. Can you... Interesting. Cool element. Marty Mouse has been saving crumbs for weeks to give to Elmer Elephant for his birthday. Elmer exclaims, "Your whiskers are twitching." A, "Your whiskers are twitching." B, "Rats. That's not what I wanted." C, "Thank you, Marty." So we would look for a letter C somewhere in this book, in this picture. I don't see it. I don't see. Ah, I see it. I see it. Carla Kangaroo is playing hide and leap in some bushes. She doesn't see Harold Hyena making mud rabbits, and she hops right on top of them. "Oh," Carla cries. A, "I'm sorry." B, "Clowns have big red noses." C, "You stupid hyena, only pigs play in the mud." That's rude. Harold is saddened at the loss of his bunnies, but graciously replies. D, "You have big stinky feet." E, "That's all right." F, "Little red cars go beep, beep, beep." All right, so there's always going to be a mean answer, a correct answer, and then a complete non sequitur. And look, there's a witch flying on a broom in the background. Arvin Anteater is sucking up... Arvin? Arvin Anteater is sucking up ants. His friend Arlo ambles up to say hello. Arvin offers the next anthill to Arlo. Arlo moves over promptly and says, "Hey, out of my way, blubberbottom." That would not fly today. B, there's a full moon tonight. C, thank you. To which Arvin replies, D, your nose is running. I thought I said your nose is stunning. Your nose is running. E, you're welcome. F, dapper diapers. Wolfgang is bringing his friend Lambert home for dinner. Since Lambert has not met the rest of the pack, Wolfgang performs the introductions. He says, "Brothers, this is Lambert." Then he adds, A, Lambert, this is Howler, Snarler, and Fang. B, Aru. C, Hubba Bubba. "Pleased to meet you," Lambert bleats, and the very hungry wolves politely growl. D, Mother's red pajamas. E, where's the salt and pepper? F, we're so glad to have you for dinner, Lambert. I like a lot of what's going on in there. And look at their trophy. They have a trophy from their previous adventure. Gazing into her sweetheart's eyes while eating an armadillo, Miss Crocodilla Jones doesn't notice that she is sitting on her napkin. Where should she have put her napkin? A, on her head. B, in her ear. C, on her lap. Trevor Tarantula is anxious to begin eating. His mother places a juicy cricket on his plate. Trevor likes to shake salt on his crickets, and he is tempted to reach across the table and grab the salt shaker. But Trevor's been taught better, so instead he says, A, have you washed my web yet? B, please pass the salt. C, hot hula hoops. Baby Tina digs into her mashed crickets. Daintily, Mama Tarantula taps on Tina's foreleg. "Hold your spoon like a pencil, Tina," she murmurs. "Remember, sweetie." D, it's a spoon, not a shovel. E, it's your turn to sleep on the tuffet. F, you're too young to shave your legs. Now, of all the responses we've gotten in this book, why would that one, paired with the spiders, be the one? I mean, it indicates manners, and it allows for this great illustration, but I'm kind of shocked that became the title. At the dinner, Walter Warthog's family is spellbound as Walter recounts the tale of his latest narrow escape. Walter takes a big bite of his dinner and continues his story, spraying his family with food. What rule did Walter forget? A, don't step on a crack. B, never talk with your mouth full. C, keep your eyes closed at night. Okay, there is, you know what, in your adventure to look for the hidden letters, you're going to find all sorts of wild details. Look at this. There's like a locomotive in his mouth. It's the kind of book you want to go through with a magnifying glass, I think. The Lion family is enjoying a delicious lamb stew. Larry hates to disrupt the meal, but he must leave now for roaring practice. He says, A, lily pads and little frogs. B, nothing. C, please excuse me. Melissa Mandrill has finished her dessert before the others. She picks up her fork and uses it to scratch her head, then to clean her fingernails. Poor Melissa has forgotten that a fork is only used to A, dig in the garden, B, throw at the dartboard, C, pick up your food. A screech from her mother. Yeah, that's a heck of a screech. A screech from her mother reminds Melissa that when she is finished, she should D, place her silverware neatly across her plate, E, stand upside down, F, sneeze 7 times. Baby Timmy Snaptooth has his napkin tucked under his chin. When he has swallowed the last juicy morsel, he wipes his hand and mouth on his napkin and places it neatly on the table. Timmy has shown himself to be A, courteous, thoughtful, and well-trained. Trained is a strange choice there. B, finished. C, both A and B. That's the first time we've seen that. Yeah, I would have just taken out well-trained, but courteous and thoughtful. Corey Cobra has the most exciting news to tell his mother, but when he slithers over, he sees that mother is talking to Mrs. Python. Corey is trying hard to be polite, so he decides to A, hiss, B, eat a rabbit, C, wait quietly. Okay, now this is the first one in the book where I think we don't know snake culture. But it actually raises the bigger question. Books on manners and etiquettes, right? Like they, certain behaviors don't transcend cultural boundaries. Like, you know, burping after dinner as a compliment. So this particular page brings that to mind. Because, you know, why shouldn't he hiss? I mean, it's a gentle sound, unless, I don't know. Let's not overthink this book right now. I've got 200 books to get through. Buster Bunny loves to answer the telephone. Usually the calls are for his sister, Bia. Buster says, A, just a moment, please. B, black beetles bite. C, bang, bang, bang. Of course, if Bia is out nibbling watercress, Buster politely says, D, she's not here, lettuce breath. E, windy warblers waddle to Wang's on Wednesday. F, I'm sorry, but Bia can't come to the phone right now. Could I take a message? I don't know if this book has gone on so long that I'm feeling loopy, but this page actually, those are genuine laughs. I think it's very funny. I can picture a read aloud, black beetles bite, and bang, 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 actually like being a stumbling block to a reader, which might be funny. And then windy warblers waddle to Wang's on Wednesday. Yes, let's all waddle to Wang's. I do love his illustrations and these colors. I should go find Harry Potter, Harvey Potter's book, actually. Okay, Barney Bull has been polishing his nose ring for hours, but when Hannah Heifer drops all of her daisies in the middle of the road, Barney stops and rumbles. A, do you need some help? B, clumsy cow. C, have you any spare buttermilk? How did you do? Did you choose the right letters? Bravo, you're not alarming, you're charming. Remember, mother, father, daughter, son, manners are for everyone. An important letter, message. Your answer key is posted upside down, and then these beautiful end papers, which remind me of those, if you're a child of the 90s, you remember those posters that you would stare at, the deep focus magic eye posters. One weird thing about this book is it ends with this little bit of a rhyme, and the ostrich is at the end, but nothing introduces the book, as I recall, right? We just kind of jump into it. Like, you would think there'd be a page that in rhyme, maybe with the ostriches, are saying, you know. Yeah. Those rabbits' eyes are a little rabid, more than a little, right? Buster, yeah, well, the pink, I mean, I respect that choice, pink-eyed bunnies. It's a little unsettling, but also that's how rabbits look, especially white rabbits. Candle's an interesting detail. It looks like a Renaissance painting. All right, so that was What Do You Say, Dear? And it's a spoon, not a shovel. If you have any questions, put them in the chat. And hello, second viewer. Introduce yourself in the chat. It'd be fun to meet you. Where shall we go next from here? We're just going to work our way down through this, right? Here's one I grabbed because I was taken by the Schoolhouse Rock style illustration. And also, before we go any further, there's like a yellow tone. And it's too washed out, too yellow. How about auto? That'll do it. Perfect. And then let's... All right, What's in the Dark? By Carl Memling. Pictures by John E. Johnson. All right, it's very Schoolhouse Rock. Oh, I like that. What's in the dark? What's in the dark? And they're building up anticipation. What's in the dark? After they've clicked the light off and everybody said goodnight, what's in the dark? I like how this was executed a lot. The pants you wore today, your socks... let's start over, shall we? What's in the dark? After they've clicked the light off and everybody said goodnight, what's in the dark? The pants you wore today, your shoes, your socks, your t-shirt, they're in the dark. Your crayons in a jumbled pile. The new ones, used ones, broken ones, they're in the dark. The radiator under the window makes a jiggity shadow on the wall in the dark. Your cat on the windowsill, curled in a soft fur ball, she's in the dark. Your big sister's record player, is it playing in the dark? No, her record player is quiet. Even the TV in the living room is quiet in the dark. Shh. Only the wind whispers outside the window. Shirts on the clothesline swing sleepily in the wind in the dark. The moon in the sky rides slowly in the dark. The houses stand with shades drawn, like closed eyes in the dark. Birds sleep, squirrels sleep, all in the dark. The swings in the park are empty in the dark. Nobody slides down the slide in the dark. But on the street outside the park, a policeman walks slowly, a tall policeman, making sure that everything's all right in the dark. And on the next street, on a chair tipped back against the wall, a fireman sits by the firehouse. He sits listening for the fire bell. He'll make sure that everything's all right if there's a fire in the dark. Traffic lights flash through the dark, red, green, all night long. And on the highway, whish, come the big trucks bringing food to the city all night long in the dark. An airplane high in the dark sky makes a long, drawn-out, faraway sound. A cleaning truck comes slowly down the street, spraying water and slowly sweeping. Swish, go the big round brushes, swish, swish in the dark. Shh. Big sister is sleeping. Mama is sleeping. Daddy is sleeping. In their room in the dark. And you too, in your bed, lying in your soft, warm blanket, you sleep too. Shh, shh, in the dark. I am enchanted by this book. I had no idea. Looking at the cover, looking at the illustration style, I expected... I hadn't even opened this book. I'll do that when I buy a book. I just pick it up based sometimes just on the spine or the cover. I had no idea what to expect, and it wasn't that. I would expect this book to be more painterly in style, but there's so much good stuff going on. I like how it especially broadens out of the familiar and immediate, like the house, the sister's record player. You go downstairs, suddenly you're outside. The sense of permanence, and then you really get the sense that this is for kids, you know, who might have nighttime anxiety. Like, this tells you that no, there are people involved in keeping you safe through the night. You know, devices that just run reliably. And then even this, I like this choice here. It's a milk truck on the freeway because breakfast the next morning. Like, you have an idea that, you know, everything will stay safe. It's a charming book. For its time, it's so weird though. This here, the Mama's in her nightcap. That seems like such a Victorian costume. But this book is like from the 70s, and the record player and all that really feel like it. Anyway, I love that book. Wow, I'm glad I found that. Let's add that to our has been read pile. Let me know, what did you think of that? What do we got here? Alexander and the Very Terrible Horrible. I know this book. I just never owned a copy, so I picked this up just to have it. I don't want to read that right now. It's something, right? Like, how do you follow that? Let's just. This was the next one on the list. This is Bertolt by Jacques Goldstein. The illustration is very fine and faint, and I think in my camera I have a hard time picking this up. Actually, unless I zoom in. There we go, that helps. Okay, Bertolt by Jacques Goldstein. I think I do need to turn the brightness down a bit. All right, here we go. Bertolt. For my father, Michel, who taught me how to climb trees and how to draw. Darn, darn, and more darn. Where's my mitten? I don't see it anywhere. I know, I'll go to the Lost and Found. There are tons of gloves there. Leather ones, wool mittens, even baseball gloves. My mitten wasn't there, so I took one that doesn't match. Who cares? I like it this way. Wearing two different mittens is kind of funny. The only problem is that when you're different, people can laugh at you, or even worse, sometimes people don't like what's different. To tell you the truth, I have a feeling I'm not like other people, not just because of the mittens. Most people do things together all the time, like Mr. Bouvard and his friends, or the Berman brothers, or Ms. Brock and her knitting club, or Anna Marie and her friends. But me, I'm what you call a loner. I do stuff all by myself, and it doesn't bother me one bit, just the opposite. I love doing lots of things by myself, but I love climbing my tree best of all. Bertolt, that's the name of my tree. Bertolt is an ancient oak. I know this because one day workers came to cut down another oak. I counted its rings and got 172 years. Bertolt is much bigger. He must be at least 500 years old. I love everything about Bertolt, but when spring arrives, his leaves make the coolest hideout ever. It's like a cave, a maze, and a fortress. No one else climbs Bertolt, maybe. No one else climbs Bertolt. Maybe they haven't thought of it, or maybe they're scared. Anyone can climb an ordinary tree, but an old oak is something else. The first branch must be 15 feet from the ground. To reach it, you have to go up the trunk, which is like a wall. But I know all of Bertolt's hollows and where to put my hands and feet. It's like climbing up a secret ladder. Once I reach the first branch, I continue to climb. It's like going up a steep, winding road, so forget it if you get dizzy. When Bertolt is covered with leaves, nobody can see me, but I can see everyone else. I can see Marie, the lawyer's daughter, kissing Kevin, and the Tucker twins who steal bottles from the grocer and sell them back to him. I can see the postman setting his traps, and Cynthia eating corn. I'm never alone in my tree. Squirrels scamper in search of acorns. There's a really smart crow who's become my friend. There's an old owl who sleeps all day. I respect him a lot. There are cicadas whose songs are 100 decibels, and there are nuthatches, cardinals, and buntings. There are also some friendly bees, but don't annoy them, not even for a second. I know everything about Bertolt. When I climb way up high, I can see for miles around. When it storms, my tree is an amazing place. I have to hold on really tight so I won't blow away. It always surprises me to see the wind press the reeds straight down to the ground. On these days, I take shelter deep inside Bertolt's branches, which sway and creak like the masts of a big ship. I love spring storms. I can't wait for spring. Hooray! All at once the trees burst into bloom, the lime, the elm, the flowering plum, the weeping willow, all except Bertolt. Days pass, then weeks. I wait, I hope, I pray. But finally I have to accept it. Bertolt is dead. When a cat dies, we know it right away. Same with a bird. But with a tree, it's hard to tell. A tree just stands there like a huge, bony creature that's sleeping or playing a trick on us. If Bertolt had been killed by lightning or cut down, I would have understood. I know what to do when a cat or a bird dies, but what should I do for Bertolt? I have to do something before Bertolt is turned into firewood, furniture, or toothpicks. I think I have an idea. Another charming book. It was around here in the book where I was like, oh no, please don't let Bertolt die. But then here, it took me that far in the book to realize that the young child's hat looks like an acorn cap. And many times I'm reading books, you know, you get to a point and you're like, I know where this is going, oftentimes with me. But in this one, I had no idea. I'd completely forgotten that it opens with mittens and gloves. So that was a great surprise, and I like also that it just ends there. You know, the tree's not designated like a national landmark or anything. It's unimportant. It's just the book, the kid, connecting. All right. What's this strange book? Why, it appears to be a giraffe and a bunch of draft head-shaped balloons. And it's called Neck and Neck by Elise Parsley. I know that name. I don't know how I know it. Elise Parsley, Neck and Neck. Little Brown and Company. Life at the zoo was glorious for Leopold. Every day kids laughed and cheered, and the snacks. Oh, there were such delicious snacks. This morning began with the usual squeals of admiration. Oh boy, the tallest animal in the world. I bet he can see all the way to my house. I just love this guy. And at that, Leopold sighed and turned and gasped at the gleaming smile bobbing beside him. It's just like the real thing, only better, Leopold heard between giggles. This giraffe is so cheerful. Well, sheesh. I can be cheerful, too, Leopold grinned. It zooms and bounces, said the kid. I zoom, I bounce, thought Leopold. It's flexible, said the kid. It smells fresh. And I don't have to keep feeding this giraffe. Leopold glanced at the snack dispenser. Rats. He huffed off to his favorite tree for some alone time. Well, see if I care about you and that grinning goofus. Up in the prickly acacia tree, Leopold sniffed and sulked and, ouch, was struck by an idea. He chomped off a branch. Charge! Blam! That's a loud pop. And now that I have your undivided attention, bring on the laughter, the cheers, and the fistful of snacks. Huh? Leopold pondered where he had gone wrong when... Da! Okay. I like da as the choice of an exclamation there. The kid hooted and danced and tripped. Leopold watched a dozen scrawny necks drift up, up, up. To save or not to save? Not to save. Leopold alone would be adored. Right? Wah! Leopold stomped back to his tree. Honestly, these shiny airheads have ruined everything. Next thing you know, they'll be taking over my habitat. Yeah, sure enough. Leopold groaned and sighed and stretched. He cleared his throat. Fine, I give in. I just can't compete. The kid jumped up. You did it, he squealed. You saved them. You used your real live, fuzzy, smelly, long neck and you saved them. There was laughter. There was cheering. And the snacks? Those snacks tasted better than ever. it's very sweet. That's, I'm certain must be an homage to the Grinch and the grin the Grinch gets is a terrible idea. I think that's very smart. Although this, I wouldn't have said stomped, at least not with that, not paired with that illustration. I would have said like slunk or skulked or it's not stomping here. What's the word? Sulked, maybe. Yeah, anyway. No, it's sweet. It's sweet. He can't even bear to look at his nemesis. Yeah, that's cute looking. And this here, I keep thinking like this feels like it's going to be a sequel. It feels like this, like the next book would pick up right here with like an octopus who's jealous maybe of the balloons. All right, that was Neck and Neck, a race for children's attentions and affections. How about some paperbacks? Maybe we'll keep it in the family of African wildlife with Why is Stella Standing Still? 50 cents. It's a good deal. I wonder how much that cost originally. Let's see. There's no barcode. I often wonder that when you find a book, you know, when you get yeah. Anyway, doesn't matter. Why is Stella Standing Still? Written and illustrated by Janet G. Bazimir. Oh my goodness. There we go. Why is Stella Standing Still? To Stavros Cosmopoulos, my good friend and mentor. Right in the middle of a grassy hill in plain daylight stood a very small antelope. Her name was Stella, and she had been there since the sun came up early in the morning. She wasn't blinking, and her eyes were opened very wide. And she hadn't moved for hours. It was really most odd. In the middle of the morning, a fly happened to pass by. Stella, the fly exclaimed, why are you standing still? Are you playing a game? But Stella was not playing a game. A short time later, a snake slithered by and stopped in its tracks. Stella, the snake hissed, why are you standing still? Are you stuck in the mud? But Stella was not stuck in the mud. Soon a bird flew near. Stella, the bird said, why are you standing still? Are you afraid of something? But Stella was a very brave antelope and not scared of anything. Shortly after that, a lion crept over. Stella, the lion exclaimed, why are you standing still? Are you weak from hunger? But Stella was not hungry. Pretty soon, a small gray rhino appeared. Stella, she said, why are you standing still? Are you too hot to move around? But Stella was used to the bright sun and rather liked the heat. A few minutes passed and a lively frog hopped by. Stella, the frog croaked, why are you standing still? Did you fall asleep with your eyes open? But Stella was fully awake. A while later, an elephant approached. He thought he knew what the trouble was. Stella, said the elephant, why are you standing still? Are you too thirsty to move? But Stella didn't need a drink of water. Next, a crane happened to walk over. Stella, said the crane, why are you standing still? Are you playing a joke on us? Man, a lot of animals have come up to Stella. We're so near the end of the book, and I'm not certain what's going on. If I was reading this to a classroom of kids, I'd probably stop at a lot of these points. Especially here. Feels like the ending's coming. Maybe on the next page I'd have the kids offer their own guesses. Do you have any guesses why Stella is standing still? I don't know. I mean, Stella could be like a cutout or not even like taxidermied. I don't think that's what's going on here. I like that it's kind of ramping up in silliness too, because we have, you know, too hot to move around, and then falling asleep with your eyes open. That starts to get a little bit silly. And the elephant splashes in the face, a little bit more slapstick there. Stella, said the crane, why are you standing still? Are you playing a joke on us? But Stella was not teasing her friends. Right then, the smallest of noises escaped from Stella's throat. Ahem. She turned to the crowd and said in a very soft voice, I'm not hungry, thirsty, tired, stuck, playing a game, or asleep. I'm standing still because the artist across the field is painting my picture. Aw. I like that. That ending elevates it somehow. I mean, it's a cute ending, and I like that it's a painter, not a hunter. But it ends with the painter admiring her trophy. Her name, it even has her name. Her name is Ginger. I feel like I could really unpack that ending. I don't know. What do you think? Why is Stella standing still? A Koala Grows Up by Rita Golden Gelman. Illustrated by Gloria Fiamengi. For my mother and father, with love and thanks. RGG. Koalas along the eastern coast of Australia. Koalas live along the eastern coast of Australia. They grow to be 25 to 35 inches tall. They usually weigh from 15 to 30 pounds. Some have gray fur, some have brown fur, and some have fur that is yellowish brown. Sometimes we call them koala bears, but they are not bears. Koalas are marsupials. That means they live inside their mother's pouches when they are babies. They live with their mothers until they are about 2 years old. Then they go off on their own. This is the story of one little koala. Brittany, I'll follow up with that. Yeah, right? Like Stella knew. And it was apparently the most interesting animal in the savannah. It was night in the forest. An owl was hooting. A wombat was scratching in the dirt, looking for roots to eat. 3 glider possums were playing Follow the Leader. Suddenly, a strange, harsh screech sounded through the air. The cry came again and again. It was a male koala calling for a mate. Oops. I love how those trees are rendered with the kind of negative space, the dark skies behind it. A small female koala heard the calls. She ran down her tree to the tree of the male. That night, they mated. A month later, the female koala felt something move inside her. Soon her cub was born. The pink, shiny cub was tiny, about the size of a bee. He couldn't see or hear. His face did not even look like a face. It had 3 little holes in it, 2 for his nostrils and 1 for his mouth. The cub dug his sharp, tiny claws into his mother's fur. He pulled himself toward her pouch. That's a nonfiction book. I didn't realize that. At last, he reached the pouch and crawled inside. He began to drink his mother's milk. For months, the koala cub snuggled inside the pouch. He kept drinking and growing. At 6 months, the cub was 7 inches long. He had 4 strong legs. He had soft brown fur. He could see and he could hear. He was ready to come out of the pouch. Oh, that's adorable. Wild koalas live in eucalyptus trees in the forests of Australia. Eucalyptus trees are also called gum trees. The cub and his mother lived in their own red gum tree. All day long, the 2 koalas slept there. At night, the cub and his mother woke up. The cub crawled onto his mother's chest. He sniffed the sweet smell of the red gum tree. His mother climbed from branch to branch. She pulled off leaves and ate them. Koalas have 2 thumbs on each hand to help them pull off leaves. The baby koala watched carefully. Then he tried to pull a leaf off too. When he was about 8 months old, he climbed onto his mother's back for the first time. The koala was growing up. One evening, the cub spotted a bird on a branch. He wanted to play. That face. Out he went to the end of the branch, but the branch was too thin. It wobbled wildly. The koala's foot slipped. Suddenly, he was hanging upside down. He let out a shriek. Using his claws, he slowly pulled himself back to the trunk. He ran to his mother. At last, he was safe. Let's have an appreciation for that face, because I really dig it. Summer came, the days were long and hot. There was no rain, the grass turned brown. Finally, the river dried up. Many animals left the forest to find water. The koalas didn't have to worry about water. They got all the water they needed from eucalyptus leaves. The word koala means does not drink. I did not know that. Oh no. One day there was a strange smell. Far away, the cub saw black clouds. That night, fire flashed in the darkness. Smoke surrounded the koala's tree. Many animals were running from the fire, but the young koala and his mother stayed in their tree. They climbed as high as they could go. Closer and closer came the fire. The hot smoke made the koalas cough and cry as the fire closed in on their tree. Suddenly, the wind changed direction. The fire raced off toward the riverbed. The young koala and his mother were safe, but their tree had been badly burned, and almost all the leaves were gone. So the mother koala set off with her cub to find a new red gum tree. Night after night, the koalas kept going. During the day, they slept in a tree. They ate nothing. They were looking for red gum leaves. Then one night, the koalas smelled something good. The oil from a red gum tree. The koalas followed the smell. Soon they came to a river. On the other side of the river was a forest of red gum trees. The mother swam across with her cub on her back. The koalas climbed the trunk of a big red gum tree and began to eat and eat and eat. The cub was growing. Some nights he practiced jumping. He climbed above his mother and pounced on her back. His mother didn't mind. She just kept eating. I can see that page delighting a young reader or audience. As the cub grew, he explored farther and farther away from his mother. Sometimes he jumped from one tree to another, but each morning he came back to sleep on his mother's back. One night, the cub was eating leaves at the very top of the tree. Suddenly, an owl swooped down, ready to snatch the little koala. The cub looked up just in time. He spread his legs and slid down the tree to the ground. By the time the cub was 2 years old, he was bigger than his mother. Now, she wouldn't let him climb on her back. The cub found his own branch to sleep on. Soon the cub wanted his own tree. He climbed down from his mother's tree and began walking. When the sun came up, the cub was curled up in his own tree, far away from his mother. Then, one night, when the moon was full and the wombats were digging and the owls were hooting and the other koalas were eating leaves, the young koala stood near the top of his tree. Suddenly, he let out a loud, harsh shriek. Again and again, his cry pierced the air. He was calling for a mate. And a female koala heard his calls and walked toward his tree. Heard the calls. A Koala Grows Up, a non-fiction book by Rita Golden Gelman, illustrated by Gioia Fiamengi. I think you heard me stumble in the reading. This person writes like I don't, because I kept trying to drag a lot of those sentences out. And then the last area actually sort of matches how I read. Then it got me in the last sentence. I like that. I like that a lot. This book was written in 1986, but given the wildfires in Australia in recent years, it'd be a good book to share. I like also that as a nonfiction book, it doesn't say nocturnal once. It just says, I love this because, it says that the mother and son traveled by night and slept all day. And it allows the kid to offer the fact that they might know the word nocturnal in there, the reader or listener. The other thing I liked about it was that it certainly does not anthropomorphize these animals. He just leaves his mom's tree. There was no farewell. The mother didn't watch with pride as he made his way in the world. It was just, when the sun came up, the cub was curled up in his own tree, far away from his mother. One gorilla. Actually, first, hello, there's another viewer online. Welcome to the end of summer read-a-thon. I'm trying to catch up to a goal of reading 200 books this summer. I am around, actually, I think I might have just crossed 100 reading that one. And my voice isn't going to last. Regarding the Stella book, Brittany says, like, if I was an editor today, I would love a slight clue at the beginning. You know, I wonder because, I mean, sure, but then also why, right? Like, the gag of the book is that no one knows why Stella's standing still. But you're right, it would be nice for kids to have a hint as to why. But then if it is, I mean, that's, you know, if you could do that, give a hint without it being a dead giveaway, then yeah, I might agree. But it's interesting book. Let's move on to One Gorilla, another animal book. You can see, new viewers, these are books I've picked up just at bookstores and book sales over the summer that I have intended to read all summer, which I never did. I'm catching up with right now. Yeah, you're getting a glimpse of what attracts my attention. So now with these two animal books, if they were paperback, if they were hardcover and cost more, I probably wouldn't have bought them. But being, 50 cents, it's like, oh yeah, for sure, yes please, I'll take it. But yeah, I love animal books, always have, ever since I was a kid. But in terms of the hardcovers, I tend to go for some, my tastes tend to run more to like the vintage and unusual. One Gorilla by Atsuko Morozumi. That looks faint on my camera, but it's almost exactly that faint in person. Yeah, you can't even tell on camera. It's the whole page is a soft green, and the grasses are rendered in the most delicate watercolor. The effect being kind of dreamy, but maybe also like misty. Gorilla in the mist, I guess. Gorilla, One Gorilla accounting book by Atsuko Morozumi. Here is a list of things I love. One gorilla. 2 butterflies among the flowers, and 1 gorilla. 3 budgerigars in my house, and 1 gorilla. 4 squirrels in the woods, and 1 gorilla. 5 pandas in the snow, and 1 gorilla. 6 rabbits in a field, and 1 gorilla. 7 frogs by the fence, and 1 gorilla. 8 fish in the sea, and 1 gorilla. 9 birds among the leaves, and 1 gorilla. 10 cats in my garden, and 1 gorilla. 10 cats, 9 birds, 8 fish, 7 frogs, 6 rabbits, 5 pandas, 4 squirrels, 3 budgies, 2 butterflies. But where's my gorilla? Ah, there he is. Again, another utterly charming book. I mentioned earlier that when I pick up these books, oftentimes I'll buy a book without cracking it open. If the title or cover illustration tickles my fancy in any way, I'll usually pick it up. This one I did flip through before buying it. But I'd forgotten that I love this book because it's a counting book, but you know, like it's also that's really the device to just kind of celebrate nature. Like each of these environments is just something that I guess is close to the author illustrator. This page though I particularly love because now you've gone from, you know, the jungle or the rainforest to a tulip field, which, you know, a kid might not read as necessarily less wild, but you know, like this doesn't look like nature to me. This looks more like a garden, or you know, possibly even Holland. But then suddenly, boom, you're like in a very like English-looking home with, you know, brick homes outside and stuff. Yeah, so this gorilla transcends all environments and just, you know, even winds up, I assume, in, you know, northern China, maybe back in the English countryside. I guess that could be New England. And then the ocean. Hey, this makes me think of something. May I show you something? I was cleaning up my office in preparation for oh, I'll have to dislodge my cat. Ginger, can I have my drawing pad? Hey, sweetie. So in cleaning up for today, I found an old sketch pad, and if you know me, if you're watching this and you know me, you know that I work in pen and ink, and recently in paper collage with my donut project. Oh, incidentally, that box of right there, that box is full of donut books. Look, it's totally sealed up. I also enjoy working in oil pastel, which I don't do a lot, but this is just some experimenting I was doing. But this is a drawing I was actually kind of proud of. These fish. This gorilla page really reminded me of that. Yeah, I feel like I'd love to work in this style more. I should see if I have any kind of story I want to execute in that medium. I love oil pastels. I love how it looks. I can't. Well, I shouldn't say I can't, but I've only tried oil painting once, and it requires way more patience than I have. But oil pastels lets you work around that. So yeah, that was a fun surprise to find that old sketchbook. What next? What next? The Paperboy by Dave Pilkey. Dave Pilkey, more famous now for Captain Underpants, but one of his earliest works was this picture book, The Paperboy. Received a recipient of the Caldecott Honor Book in the year it came out, whenever that was. I'm going to say like 92 maybe? 96, later than I thought. Yeah, but let's read this one next. The Paperboy. Hey, Brittany, thank you so much for dropping by. So wonderful to see you. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I like the bright colors on that as well. The Paperboy by Dave Pilkey. See you online. The Paperboy. With thanks to Kinney Whitmore. The mornings of the Paperboy are still dark, and they are always cold, even in the summer. And on these cold mornings, the Paperboy's bed is still warm. And it is always hard to get out, even for his dog. But they do. He's in an attic, just like I am. And softly they step down the quiet hall, past the door where the Paperboy's father and mother are sleeping, past the door where his sister is asleep, and down to the kitchen where they eat from their bowls. And out to the garage where they quickly fold their papers, snapping on green rubber bands and placing them in a large red bag. It's hard to ride a bike when you are loaded down with newspapers, but the Paperboy has learned how to do this, and he is good at it. The Paperboy knows his route by heart, so he doesn't ever think about which house to pedal to. Instead, he is thinking about other things, big things and small things, And sometimes he's thinking about nothing at all. His dog, too, knows this route by heart. He knows which trees are for sniffing. He knows which bird baths are for drinking, which squirrels are for chasing, and which cats are for growling at. All the world is asleep except for the paperboy and his dog, and this is the time when they are the happiest. But little by little, the world around them wakes up. The stars and the moon fade away, and the skies become orange and pink. And when the paperboy has delivered his last newspaper, he and his dog race home, and his empty red bag flaps behind him in the cold morning air. Soon they are back home. It is still dark inside, but the sounds of morning are all around. His father and mother are awake and talking softly in their bed, and his sister is downstairs watching Saturday morning cartoons. And back inside his own room, the paperboy pulls down his shade and crawls back into his bed, which is still warm. And while all the world is waking up, the paperboy is going back to sleep, and his dog is sleeping too. Their work is done, and now is the time for dreaming. I've always liked this book. I haven't read it in a long time, but I just thought about something. It works as a bedtime book. They fall asleep and enter the world of dreams, but it's funny because it's technically morning. I was talking with my mentee actually about that, about how there are bedtime books, but my mentee noticed that there are books that sort of fit other times of the day, and this particular one we were reading, it's here in my stack somewhere, was The Elevator by Yael Frankel. She remarked that book feels like a afternoon book, if there could be such a thing. And I agreed 100%. It was really fun to think in those terms. Bedtime books are obvious. But yeah, there are such things as afternoon books. Speaking of afternoon, good afternoon. It's 12:03 where I am. We've just crossed noon. I've only been at this for 1 hour and 12 minutes. I think I've read a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, only 9 books. My goal was to get through 50 today, but my voice definitely won't hold up for that, especially if I talk so much between books. For the next batch, I'm tempted just to read maybe in silence. But then where does that leave you? I won't know if I'm turning the pages too quickly or what. Although you probably notice I tend to linger on pages. I have no doubt you would be able to keep up. All right, now let me just check my messages for a moment. You know what I should do too is I should check where I am on my challenge. How about you? How many books did you read this summer? Or how many books have you read lately? Have you read any good books lately? Maybe there's a book I have in my collection, if there's one you've read that you can recommend. Bum, ba, bum, bum, bum. All right, I am opening. Let me make sure that my connection is secure, that you don't see my master list, because there's nothing sensitive on it. But yeah, all's good. Let me open up that spreadsheet. I was at 102 books. I was at 102 books. And today is the 27th, which means that there's today and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. 6 days to read, let's say 96 books. I can do that math easier. So that's 16 books a day. 16 books a day. Okay, so let me count how many I've actually done here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It took me an hour and 15 minutes to read 9 books. If I do this another hour, do another 9, but I'm only reading 16 a day. I really wanted to get ahead today, so I have fewer to read for the remaining days of the week, but I don't know if that's possible. Also, everyone's got things to do. I don't know if I can spend all day sitting here. Tell you what, let me just keep reading for a bit and just... I think I'll offer these books without commentary. I'll just burn through the next stack of books here. And just see where that takes us. All right. If you do want to ask any questions about what I am reading, or anything captures your interest or attention, just buzz me in the chat, and I will make time to stop and discuss it. Thanks for being here. It's nice to have the company, because as I said, otherwise I might not do this. Alexander and the Terrible, Horrible, No Good, Very Bad Day by Judith Viorst and Ray Cruz. For Robert Lesher, with love and thanks. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna flip through really quickly and just see. It's wordy. my throat, my voice can't take that right now. How about this? This is Not a Picture Book by Sergio Rouzier. A book. There are only words in this book. Where are the pictures? This is not a picture book. Stupid book. I'm sorry, book. What is that? It's a book with no pictures. Wacky. Can you read it? I'm not sure. Words are so difficult. Wait, I know some of these words. Some are funny. Some are very sad. There are wild words and peaceful words. All these words carry you away. And then they bring you home. Where they will stay with you forever. Read it again. It's really sweet. It's cute. I was gonna say there's something sophisticated going on here. This book, we have some sequential art here. What I noticed is you can read these as 4 panels, and yet they work either 1, 2, 3, 4, or 1, 2, 3, 4. He kicks the book, then he looks, but I'm still mad, and then relents and is sorry, or stupid book, then relents and then apologizes. I think both work. I'm tempted to read it straight across, but then this one, see, for example, like on this one, I think this works more like that. Otherwise, we just have a blank spot there. All right, now that's how you get through 100 books. Mrs. Mooley by Jack Kent. I like Jack Kent's stories. They're sort of from when I was a kid. Maybe, no, older than when I was a kid. But they're kind of these like simple, cartoonish stories. But usually they're small, like book of the week kind of reading club books. But this one's a large one. Mrs. Mooley, story and pictures by Jack Kent. There was something on the floor of the barn. Mrs. Mooley went over to see what it was. "Why," she said, "it's the book the farmer's little boy was reading. He must have dropped it." Mrs. Mooley couldn't read, but she enjoyed looking at the pictures. There was a picture of 3 men in a tub. There was a picture of an old woman who lived in a shoe. There was a picture of a cow jumping over the moon. "What fun!" cried Mrs. Mooley. She gave a little jump, just for practice. Mrs. Mooley came down with a jolt that shook the whole barn. "Hey," squawked the hen, "you're jostling my eggs. What do you think you're doing?" "I'm practicing," said Mrs. Mooley. "I'm going to jump over the moon." "Jump over the moon?" repeated the hen. "Cut, cut, caw," she cackled. She laughed so hard she hatched 2 of her eggs. I didn't know you could do that. The pigeon in the loft laughed at Mrs. Mooley. The mouse in the straw laughed at Mrs. Mooley. "What's so funny?" What's so funny?" the goose wanted to know. They could hardly stop giggling long enough to tell her. Finally, they gasped out the news. "Honk, honk, honk." The goose laughed so hard she lost 3 tail feathers. The goose told the duck. "Quack," laughed the duck and told the horse. The horse laughed so hard he got the hiccups. "What's going on?" asked the pig. "Mrs. Mooley, says she's going to, jump over the, moon," the horse told the pig. The pig laughed so hard he flopped into a mud puddle, which was where he planned to be anyway. When he came up for air, he told the goat about Mrs. Mooley. The goat laughed, the pig laughed, the horse laughed, the duck laughed, the goose laughed, the mouse and the pigeon laughed, the hen and her chicks laughed. They all laughed at Mrs. Mooley until it was bedtime. All of the animals went to sleep, all except Mrs. Mooley. She was out in the barnyard jumping up and down. "All it takes is determination," she said to herself, "and a little practice." All night long Mrs. Mooley jumped, and the moon shone down from high above her. Mrs. Mooley was still jumping when a faint light in the eastern sky told that morning was coming. The moon began to sink in the west. Its trip across the sky was ending. The cock crowed, and one by one the animals woke up. The moon was so low that it seemed to be sitting on the ground. In a few minutes it would be gone. Mrs. Mooley had time for one last jump. It was her highest jump yet. The animals saw the moon sitting on the ground. They saw Mrs. Mooley jump high in the air. They saw Mrs. Mooley jump over the moon. "She did it!" screeched the hen. She was so excited, she hatched another egg. The goose was so excited, he lost another tail feather. The horse was so excited, his hiccups came back. And the pig flopped into the mud puddle again. "You did it, Mrs. Mooley," they all shouted at once. "You jumped over the moon." "All it takes is determination," said Mrs. Mooley, "and a little practice." "I think I'll jump over the sun next," Mrs. Mooley went on. "No cow ever did that before." "Jump over the sun?" oinked the pig, and he fell back into the mud puddle, but only because he wanted to. Nobody laughed at Mrs. Mooley this time. "And after I jump over the sun, who knows?" said Mrs. Mooley. "There are a lot of stars and planets to jump over." "Do you really think you could?" asked the horse. "Why not?" said Mrs. Mooley, and she gave a tired sigh as she lay down in the hay. "All it takes is determination and..." Mrs. Mooley's eyes blinked shut. She was fast asleep. "And a little practice," said the hen, who didn't like anything left unfinished. All right, I have such a soft spot for books like that. I really like this one. I like a lot of Jack Kent stories, but this one has a lot of charm. I am sort of shocked, though. I thought maybe at this point more focus would be given to Mrs. Mooley. If this was a modern picture book, I think this would get all the focus, and it was her highest jump yet. Majestically, she soared across the sky. That might be overdoing it, but I like that. Mrs. Mooley. Another book, fun in the telling. William Steig, Potch and Polly, pictures by John Agee. Potch and Polly. When Potch was born, there was an angel with a clown's face hovering over the bed, so Potch came into the world laughing. As a child, he so relished the gift of life that it was almost impossible for his mother or the servants to get him to go to sleep. He'd pummel the pillows, twist, shout, stretch, and start making speeches in a language only he understood. Mishi mashi, borka shmorka, pala wala ping bong, ding dong, shiba shibing. Even as a grown-up, Potch turned off the lights reluctantly and always woke up happy to be who and where he was. Oh, I like that. Then one fateful morning, Gammon, his butler, brought him an invitation to attend, that very night, a glorious masquerade ball. "Yippee!" cried Potch. "I'll be a skeleton. No clothes, just bones." "A hippopotamus would be more appropriate," said Gammon. "Very funny," said Potch. Potch spent all day climbing in and out of his many costumes. "Ta-dee-da, toodle-da," he finally said. "I shall be Harlequin himself." That's a funny caterpillar outfit. Ladies and gentlemen. Potch was having a ball at the ball when two brightly colored parrots flew in. "Ladies and gentlemen," they squawked, "please welcome the preternatural Polly Pumpernickel." And Potch, for a first time, saw her. He was so smitten, he did a double backflip. A moment later, the two were dancing. Polly Pumpernickel, to tell the truth, was no beauty, but to Potch, who was no beauty himself, she was a sugar bowl. It dawned on him that love had been missing from his life, the same love that makes the world go round and can turn pigs into ponies. What an evening! The crowd stared as the pair continued to prance and pirouette, to weave and whirl. Polly thought Potch might be the daffy darling of her daily dreams, but the one missing piece of her pie. But then Potch flung Polly up in the air and, splash, missed catching her. "You dumb dodo!" she screamed. Potch moped the whole way home. "I really bumbled things up," he sighed. The next morning, Potch tugged on a tasseled rope and his whole staff came tumbling in. Together they devised a plan for him to win the heart of Polly. The town clock was striking 1 when a large box was delivered to Polly's house. Polly hesitated, trying to guess what it could be. A love seat? A statue? She opened the lid. Empty! Then out popped Potch from a secret trapdoor. Oof! Polly stared as Potch raised a wand, commanding attention. He tapped on the box twice, and behold, 3 eggs. Juggling! Splat! Show's over. Bwah! Potch was unfazed by this flop. The following day he rode up to Polly's window on a circus elephant and announced his arrival with a trumpet. Unfortunately, the path he took was through her precious garden of rare roses. Whack! Clonk! Polly was furious. "You overgrown oaf!" she hollered and flung her dictionary at him. But Potch still had plenty of pep and purpose. That evening, he encircled Polly's house with Roman candles. The fireworks that followed lit up the sky, all except one. Polly's eyes glowed green with rage. At sunup, she approached Potch's house, determined to put an end to his pestering. She saw him ensconced in his hammock, talking to an angel with a big red nose. Why are you hanging there like a piece of macaroni?" asked the angel. "Simple," said Potch. "I'm in love with Polly Pumpernickel." "Potch," said his angel, "Polly Pumpernickel will never understand your kind of love. Pin a medal on her and send her packing." He flapped his wings and flew away, smiling as he passed over the spot where he knew Polly was hiding. "Send me packing?" Polly muttered. She stole out of the bushes and hurried home. Polly got busy. That night, the town clock was striking 8 when a large box was delivered to Potch's house. "Shall I open it?" Gammon asked. "Open schmopen," said Potch. "What do I care?" Gammon lifted the lid. Empty. "Howdy doodly doo!" Then out popped Polly from a secret trapdoor. "Polly?" said Potch. "It's me," said she. They both laughed, and somewhere music started playing. A moment later, they were dancing. The end. For Mo and Easy, for Bill. Now, I love this book in the reading. The language is absolutely delightful to me. I love so much. He pummeled the pillows. He turned off the lights reluctantly. There's so much I like about it, but then I've never read it as intentionally as I am right now. But this whole romance is a little bit weird, right? Because Polly Pumpernickel, she only comes to like Potch because the angel tells her she's about to be dumped. It seems problematic. But I will say this, at this point in the story, I actually thought this was going to be a Cinderella spoof. I thought maybe Potch was going to disappear and only leave behind, you know, like a rubber chicken or something. I do like it. There's a lot of charm in it, but for me, it's all in the language. Potch was unfazed by this flop, and she flung her dictionary at him. All right, Potch and Polly. Hello, new reader. We're back up to 2 viewers. We were at 3. We lost 2, and now we're back up by 1. It's a pleasure to see you. If you care to introduce yourself in the chat, I'd be very happy to know who's here. If you don't know, and depending on who's watching, and if you know me from one of my online accounts, I am taking part in a mentorship program this summer and offered to my fellow mentors a reading challenge from my friend Julie Danielson of 7 Impossible Things Before Breakfast, who teaches a picture book course at the University of Tennessee. She asks her students to read 200 books in the course of the summer. I offered that same challenge to my fellow mentors. A certain number of them took onto the challenge with great enthusiasm. David McMullen crossing 200, Sylvia Chen crossing 300, Stephanie probably closing in on 200, knowing that I was going to do this challenge today. I myself was at 102, but as of just now, I think have crossed 112. Yay, the end's in sight. There is no way my voice is going to last another 88 books, but I can at least try to put a dent in it and make a respectable finish before the end of the challenge ends on Saturday. So I have 6 days. And, you know, it would be wiser to pick either wordless books or maybe a board book. Maybe we should switch tactics. I do tend to gravitate towards the book with higher word counts, though, being a fan of folktale and that kind of thing. Hey, here's something by Thatcher Hurd. Thatcher Hurd, Axel the Freeway Cat. Let's do a quick flip through it and see what sort of words we can expect. And it seems a little wordy, but possibly reasonable. But also, I want to read this, so let's carry on with... let's take a break to... let's admire this, too. San Francisco Public Library's Summer Reading Program flyer designed by K-Fi Steele, illustrator behind Noodlefint, Do Bulldozers Have Butts, and author-illustrator of All Eyes on Ozzy. I'm sure many other projects that are slipping my mind at this moment. And also, if you're just joining us, just joining me, there's a large box here. Contained within are about 30 copies of my donut books. That's box 1 of 11. There are 10 more boxes sitting downstairs in my home. Yes, my donut book is back from the printer. I don't know. Well, what do you know? Oh, sorry. I have a book here. I didn't. We'll follow that Axel with this, Dex. What was I saying? Yes, my donut books are ready. Oh, I'm down a viewer. I just can't seem to get anyone interested. I'm kidding. Let's see. Thatcher Hurd, Axel, the freeway cat. I think Thatcher Hurd may have received a Caldecott honor for Mama Don't Allow. I'm not certain. All right, Thatcher Hurd, Axel, the freeway cat, for Posey and Clem. Great names. Under the freeway overpass, behind the guardrail, down by the muddy drainage ditch, lived Axel, the freeway cat. His home was an abandoned car with 4 flat tires and an engine that couldn't be fixed. Axel made it cozy, though. In the back was a bunk to sleep in, and a bureau and a hook for his hat and a hook for his coat and a shoebox for shoes. Every morning, Axel woke up to the sound of the cars on the freeway. He pulled the curtains open and sat down to breakfast at the dashboard. After breakfast, he washed his pots and pans and hung them to dry on the steering wheel. Then it was time to go to work. Axel worked for the Department of Highways as a litter collector. He trudged for miles each day, picking up rubbish under the hot sun. Diesels, dump trucks, pickups, and hot rods rumbled and roared by. Over, under, and around they whizzed. No one waved. No one called hello to Axel. He was alone on the freeway. But there were always surprises: hubcaps, mufflers, wrenches, and even a bag of potato chips. And last week, Axel found the best surprise of all: a shiny new harmonica. In the evening after dinner, Axel loved to sit in the front seat with the window down and play his harmonica. The music echoed off the concrete overpass. To Axel, it sounded as if he were playing in a great cathedral. "Listen, everybody, listen to that!" Axel yelled, but no one did. They were too busy driving. One afternoon, there was a traffic jam on the freeway. Cars were backed up for miles. They were stopped on the underpass, the overpass, the slow lane, and even the fast lane. Smack in the middle of those hundreds of cars sat a little cat in a red car, with a steaming radiator and a clunking in the engine. "Speed it up. I'm late. Beep, meep. Let's go. Toot, toot. Move it." Her car was blocking all the other cars. Nobody did anything about it. Anything except complain, apparently. Except Axel. He jumped over the guardrail and opened the hood. He took out his tools. He tightened a bolt. He sealed his gasket. He fiddled with the carburetor, and he cooled off the radiator with a bucket of water from the drainage ditch. "That should do it," said Axel. "Thank you," said the little cat. "Nice car," said Axel. "Does it go very fast?" "It sure does," said the little cat. "Would you like to take it for a spin?" "Wow, sure," said Axel. Axel started the car. Screech, grind, bang, and away they went. Vroom. Over the underpass, under the overpass, around and around the freeway, until Axel had passed every car in sight. By then, the sun was going down. "My place is right down there," Axel said. "How about a bite to eat?" "Terrific, I'm starving," said the little cat. Axel stepped on the gas. "Hit the brakes!" shouted the little cat. "Oh no!" shouted Axel. The little red car scrunched over his vegetable garden, crashed through the hubcap fence, and smashed into Axel's homemade sprinkler. "Yikes! What a mess!" cried the little cat. "I'll clean it up later," said Axel. "First, let's have some milk." "It's cozy here," said the little cat, "and what a nice view of the overpass. But isn't it noisy?" "It quiets down in the evening," said Axel. "That's when I play my harmonica." "Really? I play the horn," said the little cat. "Terrific, we could play some music right now," said Axel, and he pulled out his harmonica. And as the sky grew dark over the freeway, they played a duet for harmonica and auto horn. I was wondering if she meant trumpet. Down by the muddy drainage ditch under the freeway overpass. So she's just laying on the horn as he plays "Oh Susanna." I will say this. Okay, there's some like gratuitous slapstick, but whatever. Why not? He took it in stride. But I wanted to say that I appreciate this. in the car maintenance scene, you know, she's not just behind the wheel. She actually got out and took part in the maintenance. So that was nice to see her not just being a total damsel in distress. There was one other thing. What was I thinking? Oh, this, right? Like you read those picture books where you think like, oh my God, I want to live in that story. This scene here, right? The interior of a car. I think that's kind of a common thing to kids. I don't want to. I'm not naive. I'm not trying to glamorize homelessness or being a unhoused people situation. But near me is old. Don't know how it got here, but a double-decker bus, which someone years ago sort of moved into and made their home, and it's kind of like, it's very romantic, right? Like I mean, I know it's probably not, and there's a lot of bad things with it, but it sort of brings like this image to mind, and I'm sure every kid who drives by that maybe wishes that they could live, in a bus instead of their McMansion or whatever. But I like that image. All right, that was actually the Freeway Cat. Now, I got distracted at the start of that reading by this book, Dex, The Heart of a Hero, because if you were here, the second book we read today was It's a Spoon, Not a Shovel, also by Carolyn and Mark Buhner. Dex, The Heart of a Hero. Carolyn and Mark Buhner. Mark Buhner, the illustrator behind Harry Potter's Balloon Farm, Harvey Potter's Balloon Farm. And I believe the partners behind Snowmen at Night. What do snowmen do at night? Is that... Dex, The Heart of a Hero. The Two Trees, Harry Barker. In memory of Roger Buhner, a hero. Dexter was a little dog. His legs were little, his tail was little, his body was little. He looked like a plump sausage sitting on 4 little meatballs. Being the size that he was, Dex was often overlooked. The other dogs grew tired of waiting for Dex to catch up when they played chase, and after a while they forgot to invite him at all. No one really seemed to notice him, except when Clevis, the tomcat, demonstrated how he could stand right over Dex and not even ruffle his fur. Yes, everything about Dex was little, except for his dreams. He wanted to be a hero. He could just see it. The mighty Dex flew up into the dark and starry night. But wanting and being are two different things. Dex lived on dreams until one day, after crawling out from under Clevis yet again, he decided there had to be more to life than gazing at the underside of a cat. There had to be more to him. If he could be a hero, he would. So Dex started training. He read every superhero comic book he could find. He watched every hero movie ever made. That was easier to say in 2004 when there wasn't a gazillion hero movies. He went to the library. Furiously, he studied, knowing everything depended on him. Dex figured that a hero must have strong muscles. He needed exercise, and lots of it. Dex started trotting to the corner and back every morning. He hopped over every crack in the sidewalk. He struggled to climb the garbage pile, up and over and down, then up and over and down again. All day long he worked, day after day, even at bedtime when he wanted to flop on the rug with his tongue hanging out. Dex forced himself to circle 5 extra times. The mighty Dex pressed on through wind and rain and storm and fatigue. When it got easier to run to the corner and back, Dex did it again, and then again. Then he dragged a sock filled with sand as he ran, then 2 socks. When Clevis was bored and stood in the middle of the sidewalk to block his way, Dex dropped to the ground and slid right under him. He was too busy to be bothered by Clevis. Dex, I just saw that. Dex was tired. He was sore. He was working so hard that he almost forgot what he was working for. But one night, as he dragged himself to bed after his last set of push-ups, Dex stopped in front of the mirror and flexed. He could feel them. He could see them. Muscles. Faster than a rolling ball, stronger than the toughest rawhide, able to leap tall fences in a single bound. Now Dex didn't take the stairs, he skimmed them. He leaped over hydrants, he vaulted up curbs, he could jump over the garbage mountain without touching the top, he could run like the wind, he felt as if his legs had springs. Ooh, dang. Only one thing was missing. Finally, a small brown package arrived. Dex ripped it open. His hero suit. It was red with a shiny green cape, and it fit like a glove. Dex loved the way it felt, he loved the way it looked, and he loved the feeling he had when he put it on. He was ready. With the courage of a lion, the strength of a bear, and the heart of a hero. When Dex went out in his suit for the very first time, he looked up and down. He looked up the street and down. He noticed a young pup trying to cross the street. Dex sprang into action. "May I help you?" he asked. He guided the wide-eyed pup across the street and grinned as the pup stared up at him with his mouth hanging open. The pup whispered, "Wow, it's Superdog." Superdog. Dex liked the sound of that. Of course, when Clevis saw Dex, he just had to comment, "Hey Dex, where's the party?" And when he saw him a few days later, Clevis called out, "Look everybody, it must be Halloween. Anybody got a treat for Dex?" Dex was so busy that he was able to ignore Clevis, for the most part. The only time his face even got red was when Clevis yelled, "Where'd you get that dress up?" Dex had to wonder if Clevis saw anything but the suit. Didn't he understand that the suit was just a way to let people know he was there to help? The sun glinted off of his emerald cape as Superdog raced to the rescue. There was a mouse he saved from a sewer, a purse snatcher he tackled. He fixed his neighbor's sprinkler. He found a lost kitten, pulled a rat away from a live wire, tracked down a lost wallet, put out a trash fire, and organized a neighborhood cleanup day. It seemed that now, whenever anyone needed help, they turned to Dex, and Dex had never been happier. Late one evening, there was a banging at the door. When Dex answered, it seemed as if the whole neighborhood was yipping and yowling in panic. "It's Clevis!" they shouted. "He's stuck in a tree! Dex! Hurry, Dex, hurry!" Dex raised his eyebrows. It was not like Clevis to move enough to get into any trouble. In a flash, he was dressed and ready. Uh-oh. It was clearly a desperate situation. As he got closer, Dex could see Clevis. He had been chasing a squirrel to the top of the tree, but had slipped and was hanging by one claw from a slender branch. He was yowling for all he was worth. "Oh no! I'm slipping!" Clevis screeched. "Help me!" Dex looked desperately around for something to climb on. There were no boxes or ladders, not even any trash cans. Then Dex looked at the crowd. "Quick, everybody!" Dex shouted. "I've got an idea!" Dex leaped onto the end of the teeter-totter facing the tree, pushing it to the ground. "Everybody on the other side! 1, 2, 3!" All the animals jumped together on the other end of the teeter-totter, catapulting Dex into the air. He soared over the crowd, his ears and cape streaming out behind him. The mighty Dex flew up into the dark and starry night. Dex scrambled onto the branch next to Clevis. Quickly, he pulled off his cape and tied its four corners onto the screeching cat. "Jump!" Dex shouted. "Jump, Clevis!" With an ear-piercing shriek, Clevis let go. The billowing cape caught the air and parachuted the big cat to the ground. Dex backed up and slid to the ground amidst the cheers of the crowd. "Superdog! Superdog! Superdog!" Dex was bruised and tired, but he forgot his discomfort as Clevis sheepishly lumbered over, still tangled in the green cape. "Thanks, Dex. You really are a hero." Dex didn't think he could feel any better, but he did, just a little, the next day when Clevis sidled up next to him and whispered, "Say, Dex, could I be your partner?" Dex looked the big tomcat up and down. It would take a lot of work to turn Clevis into a hero. He could hardly wait. "Sure," said Dex with a grin. "Sure. With twice the brains and triple the brawn, our heroes forge on, ever ready to lend a helping paw." That's cute. The illustrations really make it. But I thought here, Dex raising his eyebrows, not like Clevis to move enough to get in any trouble. I thought he was being set up. I thought he was being set up to be made a fool of. I kind of like this idea that Dex himself was putting a lot of attention on his cape as a symbol of his heroics. But he was self-aware enough. I like also that a lot of the heroics are actually just things like community service. Kind of forward-thinking there. All right, Dex, the heart of a hero. And Alex, the freeway cat. Oh. All right. Taking a voice break. Yeah, I'm feeling it. Okay, I think let's. Here we go. I've got 2 new books here. New to me. I picked these up this summer at a used bookstore. The Squire's Bride by P.C. Asbjornsen. Illustrated by Marcia Sewell. I worry I'm going to flip this open and find it's got a lot of words. Yeah. Okay, this... Tell you what, I'll flip through it, but I can't read it. My voice can't take it. But I picked this up because I was kind of taken by the illustrations. Lark made it! Lark says, "Hi, Jerrold. I like the Axel book. Not many books about freeways these days." No, right? I think in those days, maybe it was... how wonderful to see you here, by the way. It's really nice to get to speak to you, so to speak. Right, yeah. I mean, I think right at one time when freeways were the latest, greatest thing, let me check the year on that book. They were easy to celebrate. And, you know, car culture, drive-ins and whatnot. I think we're far, far past that. But this book came out in... 1981. This is way past... wait, could it be republished? Okay, so maybe it's written with a lot of nostalgia on Thatcher Hurd's part, because, I mean, you know, 1981. One thing I remember vividly about the 80s is that 50s was so big, you know, like, so I was in middle school in the 80s, and we actually had like sock hops, and all the music played was like 50s music. The same way in the early 2000s, everything retro 80s was cool again. Yeah, you know, in the 80s, Back to the Future came out, and that, you know, referred to the 50s. So I don't know, maybe there's a lot of nostalgia going on in that book. Well, it's great to see you here. This is The Squire's Bride by P.C. Asbjornsen. But the pencil illustrations were just kind of... yeah, right? It's crazy later. Like, yeah, who would have thought? I never would have guessed. But these illustrations, I just really liked. Pencil, very sketchy. Not exactly grotesque, but, you know, like, these aren't like attractive people. They're kind of lumpy and sunburned and weird. But I liked it. But as you can see, it's way way wordier than my voice will allow. I like that illustration just on its own. Oh, and then a horse. Okay, so Lark, I'm not sure when you tuned in, but I told the viewers at one point that I buy a lot of books just sort of like superficial. Like if I see a book, I'm like, that looks interesting, I'll just buy it. So I had no idea in this story that a horse winds up in a bedroom. So I'm going to look forward to reading this later. This one I picked up, My New Shirt by Carrie Fagan. Carrie Fagan, I discovered, is a Canadian, I believe, a Jewish Canadian man who has published quite a large number of books in Canada, and I've gotten kind of into them. The first one I saw of his that kind of turned me on to his work was this one. This one, which I saw, oh, you know what, look, it's another pencil book, right, or pencil illustrated book. Bear Wants to Sing. Tell you what, let's turn this next segment into Carrie Fagan appreciation. So, I saw this book on Twitter, just based solely on the illustrations. I was like, I want to get this. And then I read it, and I was like, wow, I actually really enjoy this person's storytelling. And then on eBay, picked up a number of Carrie Fagan books, and then this summer found this one. So let's start with the one I found this summer. My New Shirt by Carrie Fagan, illustrated by Dusan Petricic. I don't know how to decipher those accents, so my apologies to the illustrator if I read it wrong. My New Shirt by Carrie Fagan, illustrated by Dusan Petricic. In memory of my grandmothers, Adele Fagan and Sylvia Menkes, for Alexa and Lazar, 2 unbelievable boys. "Oh, David," calls my mom in a sing-song voice. "It's time to visit your bubby. Today is your special day and she has something for you." In my room, I play with my dog, Pupik. Usually, I like to visit my bubby. Her apartment always smells of cinnamon, and it's just above the Cooney Lemel Bagel Shop, which makes the best bagels in the world. I like her neighbors, Mrs. Morgenstern and Mr. Zangwill, and the Cat sisters. I like visiting my bubby, except for one day a year. My birthday. "Can I bring Pupik?" I ask. "Of course," Mom says. "Bubby likes Pupik too." We get into the car and drive to the city. Pupik wants to stick his head out the window, but he's too short and has to climb on top of me. At last we get to Bubby's street. Along the sidewalk is a fish store, a candy shop, a fruit stand, a cafe, a hair salon, and the Cooney Lemel Bagel Shop. Dad parks the car. "Yoo-hoo, Dovila," calls my Bubby. I look up, past the iron fire escape into the window, and there is Bubby holding up a box and smiling. "I have something for you, David, a surprise." Something? Yes. A surprise? No. We enter by the door beside the bagel shop and go upstairs. My Bubby waits at the top. She is holding the box. "Not so fast," Bubby says, as if I were trying to snatch it from her hand. "Come inside first." Bubby's apartment is small but spotless. My mom says that Bubby makes cleaning an art, and Dad says that germs are afraid even to try and come in. "David," Bubby says, "before I give this to you, I want to say what a good and wonderful and terrific boy you are. May you continue to give such joy to us all." She gives me a kiss and hands me the box. "Go on, don't be shy," Bubby says. "Open it." What else can I do? I open it. Inside the box is tissue paper, and inside the tissue paper is a shirt. Not a baseball shirt, not a t-shirt with a picture of Anti-Gravity Man or a Stegosaurus on it. Instead, it is a bright white shirt with buttons, a stiff shirt with an even stiffer collar. It is the sort of shirt that your parents want you to wear buttoned up because it makes you look like a little gentleman. The sort of shirt that makes you squirm and pull and shift and twitch. A shirt just like the one Bubby gave me last year, and the year before that, and the year before that. "How gorgeous," my mom says. "A new shirt, David. It's just what you need." "Everybody looks good in a white shirt," my dad says. "You're going to look like a little gentleman in that." "I got it a size larger than last year," says Bubby. "Go on, David. Try it on." I stare at my parents. Do they really like the shirt? How does a kid who thinks like me become a grown-up who thinks like that? This white shirt is identical to all the other white shirts that Bubby has given me. It even has the same scratchy label that will rub against the back of my neck. For a moment, I close my eyes. In my mind, I see a closet, an endless closet, winding upwards from my room and going right through the roof into the sky. Hanging in this closet is a row of white shirts, a shirt for every year of my life as I get older and older. "David!" screams my mom. "What has happened?" I open my eyes and see Mom and Dad and Bubby staring at me, open-mouthed. Pupik is barking. The shirt is not in my hands. "Where's the shirt?" I ask. Dad says, "You threw it out the window." "I did?" "I'm sure it was an accident," my mom says. "Quick!" cries Bubby. "To the window!" We rush to the window and look out. There's the shirt hanging on the rail of the fire escape. "I'll climb out and get it," I say. "So that you can fall and break your neck?" scolds my mom. "I don't think so, mister. Your father can get it." "But I'm wearing my good shoes," Dad says. Mom gives him a look. He sighs and takes a step toward the window, but before he has a chance, Pupik runs past us all and leaps onto the fire escape. He pulls the shirt off the rail and holds it gently between his teeth. Good dog, Pupik, says Bubby. Now bring it to me. Pupik growls. Bad dog, Dad says sternly. Bring it here right now. It's a great illustration. Marjorie, thank you. I've never seen my booby move forward so fast. She runs out of the apartment and down to the sidewalk. Mom and Dad and I are right behind her. Sorry, it's funny. There, Mom points, and we all see Pupik hurrying away as fast as his short legs will go, the shirt waving in his teeth. I too say, bad dog, although not so loud that Pupik will hear me. Halfway down the block, Mrs. Morgenstern is watering her vegetable garden. Pupik goes skidding through the dirt and water, dragging the shirt behind him. He's dragging the shirt right through the mud, yells Bubby. Oi, it's a disaster. But she doesn't give up. She runs after Pupik, and we run after her. Pupik bounds towards the sister's cat's hair salon. It must be a quiet day because Doris Katz has brought her chair outside and Nettie Katz is sitting in it. Doris is dyeing Nettie's hair. I'm going to look 40 years old again, says Nettie. Pupik doesn't know where to run, so he jumps up into Nettie's lap. Nettie screams as the shirt flips onto her head. Pupik leaps off Nettie, lands on his stomach, bounces up, and takes off again with the shirt. What a catastrophe, wails my mom. Sorry, Marjorie. So come in and look better already. Sister's Cat's Hair Salon. At the outdoor cafe, Pupik gets tangled up in the chair legs. Surround the cafe, commands Bubby. We'll corner him. At one table, just like every afternoon, sits Mr. Zangwill. Everybody knows that Mr. Zangwill believes that eating a bowl of bright red borscht soup is the secret of good health. Mr. Zangwill suddenly feels something under his feet. He jumps up, the table tilts over, the borscht slides down. Oh no, moans my mother, covering her eyes with her hands. Borscht stains! My mother should not have covered her eyes. Pupik runs right past her. This time it looks like Pupik is really going to get away. But at that moment, Sidney Lemmel, whose parents own the bagel shop, wheels out a giant bin of fresh bagels. When he sees Pupik barreling towards him, he freezes. Pupik can't slow down, so he jumps. He lands in the bin. Bagels fly everywhere. I rush to the bin and take my dog in my arms. Bubby picks up the shirt. Just look at it, says Mom. It's the schmatty, a rag. Such a shame, says Dad, biting into a poppy seed bagel. Oh well, Bubby says. Oh well, Bubby, I say, trying to sound sad. It's the thought that counts. You're just trying to make me feel better. Don't you worry. If anyone can get this shirt clean, it's me. Bubby leans over and pinches me on the cheek. What a precious boy chick you are. Back at her apartment, Bubby goes to work. Bubby has so many cleaners, her laundry room looks like a science laboratory. She takes the shirt and sprays it, powders it, scrubs it, soaks it. Then into the washing machine it goes. She pours in the detergent. She pours in the bleach. The washing machine begins to whir. While we wait, Bubby serves tea and apple cake. Pupik sulks in the corner until Bubby scratches him behind the ears and says, I forgive you, Pupik. She even gives him a piece of apple cake, too. We pass the time talking about relatives from long ago. Your great-uncle Mort, says Bubby. There was a man who knew how to wear a shirt. The rest of us stay where we are as Bubby puts the shirt into the dryer. Then we hear the clank of the ironing board and the hiss of the hot iron. Finally, Bubby comes back. She takes the shirt from behind her back. Ta-da! Oh. The shirt is just like new, as white and as stiff as before. A miracle, my mom says. I've got to admit it, you're the maestro of washing, my dad compliments her. Try it on, David. We'll see how good you look, Bubby says with a grin. Pupik whimpers. I take the shirt and hold it in my hand. I can't help it when once more my eyes close. In my mind, I see that closet winding high into the sky, white shirt after white shirt after white shirt. David! The shirt has gone out the window. I swear I don't know how. There it is, caught on the fire escape just like before. I'll climb out and get it, I say. So that you fall and break your neck? I don't think so, mister. Your father can get it. My father looks down at his shoes but doesn't say anything. Just as he's about to climb out the window, Pupik leaps past him. Pupik grabs the shirt and scurries down the iron stairs. Should we go after him, I ask. Of course, Bubby says, heading for the door, but then she stops, turns, and smiles at me. How about, she says, next year I get you something different for your birthday. Okay, Bubby, I smile back. And we're off. Ooh, boy, I like that story. I picked this up because I was really taken with the illustration, just this device, just that it's like a scrapbook, right? The illustrations are this kid's memories. I guess that's in the tradition of a lot of like Jewish storytelling, at least modern stuff, you know. I'm thinking of Radio Days, Brighton Beach Memoirs, things like that. But there's this, so I only picked up just for that, this superficially, you know, for the author's name, but also for this illustration style, which I really liked. But there's something sophisticated going on here with the torn picture. I like that transition. I didn't see that coming. And like his nightmare, right? Like his nightmare is actually photographed. It's such yeah, it's as real to him as his other memories. And the Yiddishisms. Thanks for the definition, Marjorie. Pupik, belly button. That's a great name for a dog. And then this is that was the highlight for me there. That was good. The ending I like, you know, that Bubby recognizes her grandson's unhappiness. But I'm wondering if we need this portion here where they act as if they're gonna start the adventure over again, but then Bubby like understands. Like that. I'd have to read that again to see how I feel about that. But then again, right, like you wouldn't just let the shirt go. Like, you know, Bubby can get it, wash it, and maybe give it to another kid. So maybe that's very real. All right, that was My New Shirt by Carrie Fagan. A lot of words, but it's very action-packed. Yeah, Lark, and absolutely like well-paced. And like, you know, I've read, in the course of the mentorship, read a number of manuscripts which have like a lot of action, and it is tough to tell action in such a clean way. But this book does it. Let's read Bear Wants to Sing. Written by Carrie Fagan, illustrated by Dina Seiferling. Ooh, an attractive bookplate, printed into the end papers. A bear finds an ukulele. It makes a nice sound. He has a song he wants to sing. But what if he's not the only musician in the forest? For Tara Walker, in Gratitude and With Affection, for all the bears who want to sing. A bear was taking a walk. He saw something in the grass. He sniffed it. He licked it. He picked it up and plucked it. It made a nice sound. Plink. The bear turned around, eager to show somebody. A mouse was sitting on a stump, washing his tail. Look, said the bear, I'm a musician. I want to sing you my song. The mouse crossed his legs and put his paws in his lap. I'm all ears, he said. Just then, a crow landed beside them. What's going on here? I'm a musician, said the bear, and I'm going to sing my song. The crow stepped on something. It made a delicious rattle. A tambourine, said the crow. Let me sing first. And before the bear could protest, the crow began to strike the instrument with her foot. Never mind your jay, your robin or your owl, your chickadee or grouse or any kind of fowl, birds of a feather, up high or down low, none are as fine as the clever crow. That is a good song, the bear said grumpily. Pretty good, said the mouse. Pretty good, said the mouse. Now let's hear yours, bear. A snake came slithering through the grass. What are you doing? I am a musician, said the bear. I have a song and I'm going to sing it. Wait, what's this? Asked the snake. She parted the grass to reveal a small drum. She thumped on the drum with her tail and began to sing. The ground is a lovely place, you know, to slink and slither to and fro, but even better is to creep. under a rock for a nice long sleep. Said the bear. That's a good song too. Go ahead, bear, said the mouse. It was your turn before and it's your turn now. Blat! They all turned to see a tortoise nearby. He was standing on a rock and holding a horn. Look what I found, he said. What a noise it makes. Now I can play and sing. Really, tortoise, said the mouse, you ought to wait your turn. But the tortoise had already begun. There's a well-known saying, blat, and it goes like this. There's simply no place, blat, like home. But a tortoise, blat, blat, has his own cozy place, wherever he happens to roam. Blat! A fox emerged from the bushes. I've been listening to you all, she said. Most impressive indeed. I suggest that we start a band. We could go to town and play on stage. I will be your manager. A band, called the crow. We'll be famous, hissed the snake. Count me in, wheezed the tortoise. I believe you're getting ahead of yourself, said the mouse. Bear has not sung his song yet. I don't feel like it anymore, said the bear. Please do, said the tortoise. Yes, said the fox. The band needs another song. Well, said the bear, blushing a little, if you insist. He twitched his nose, strummed the instrument, and opened his mouth. I'm a bear, 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 I'm a bear. The bear gave one last strum. What do you think, he asked. Well, said the crow, it certainly gets to the point. And well, let me think, said the tortoise. It's easy to remember. Very easy, agreed the snake. The bear sighed heavily. You didn't like it. He put down the instrument and lumbered off. Through the grass went the bear, over a hill between some trees and down to the river. The mouse followed. The bear waded into the water. Where are you going? Asked the mouse. Far away. Far away, said the bear. For how long? Forever. Well, almost forever. The bear floated on his back. The mouse crouched down, hopped into the air, and landed on the bear. They floated along, the mouse sitting on the bear's belly. I like your song, said the mouse. You do? Asked the bear. Why? Because it is just like you. The mouse lay down on the bear's belly. As the bear breathed, the mouse went up and down. I'm a bear, sang the mouse quietly. I'm a bear, I'm a bear, I'm a bear. The bear smiled. I'm a mouse, he sang. I'm a mouse, I'm a mouse, I'm a mouse. The mouse chuckled. The two of them sang together, looking up at the clouds as they floated down the river. Okay, is it any wonder I fell in love with that story? Marjorie, thank you so much for dropping in as long as you did. I'm glad I got to share whatever number of stories I got to share with you. Lark, I know, poor bear, right? But do you know what I appreciate about this story so much is that the other animals aren't, they're enthusiastic and they have a poor sense of boundaries, but not one of them is mean. They play their instruments, but when Fox, who's the manager, who could very easily, this story could have such a cynical take where it's like, Fox say, oh, sorry, we don't need any bear, sorry, and Bear has to prove himself some other way. The Fox invites Bear to the band, admitting that they need a bigger repertoire. The animals are all very glad to have Bear take part and even, try to be kind in their critique of Bear's song. But, like everyone's kind in this story. There's it's really centered on Bear discovering his own worth and his friendship with Mouse, who's like the kind of friend we all deserve. I love this story. Bear wants to sing. Yeah. So there. Hello, new viewers. I am currently reading through a stack of books by author Carrie Fagan, of whom I'm a fan. I just read My New Shirt and Bear Wants to Sing, and I'm going to follow up. Actually, someone throw it in the chat. Who wants to hear 10 Old Men and a Mouse? If you didn't think My New Shirt could get any more Jewish, or a story could be any more Jewish than that, this book will make an attempt to be. Thing by Carrie Fagan, illustrated by Nicholas Devon, or Mr. Zinger's Hat. Throw your vote into the chat while I rest my voice for a moment. I'm going to go add these to my stack over here. If anybody has a request for a book they've always been interested in, or maybe just like a type of book or something they would like, if there's anything you want to hear today, throw a request and I'll see if I have it in my collection, or a book that fits the bill. I'm presently trying to find some books with lower word count so I can. Turns out I had another Carrie Fagan book. This one was in my collection of meta books. This is a book called I Wish I Could Draw. Lark wants to know what thing is. Let's discover together, because I have not yet read this book. Thing by Carrie Fagan and Nicholas Devon. For my mother, Belle Fagan, who first read to me. Today was Archibald Crimp's birthday, and Archibald Crimp was in a very bad mood. His parents had taken him on a special weekend trip to the city. Archibald sat in the bed of their hotel room on the 6th floor of the Excelsior Hotel. All around him were birthday presents, electronic games and racing car sets, remote control robots and space vehicles, a plastic set of armor, and much, much more. But not one of the presents had pleased him. These are just like the toys I already have, Archibald said. I'm not getting out of this bed until you bring me something I like. Dang. So Archibald Crimp's father ran to the enormous toy store at the end of the street to search for something his son did not already own. There was nothing in the games department, nothing in the dinosaur section, nothing even on the magic tricks display. He trudged back through the store, thinking of how awful it would be to return empty-handed. Then he saw something high on a shelf. He stretched up on his toes and brought it down. Archibald Crimp had already had many stuffed animals, but this one was different. What kind of animal was it exactly? Not quite a bunny rabbit, but not quite a dog either, nor a bear or cat for that matter. Archibald's father looked at the little tag on the foot of the animal. The tag read, Thing. It wasn't very expensive. Archibald preferred expensive toys. Hoping for the best, his father bought it anyway. Look, Archiekins, said Mr. Crimp as he rushed into the room on the 6th floor of the Excelsior Hotel. Oh, what is it? Said Mrs. Crimp. Open the box, sweetness. Sweetness. Archibald Crimp took the box and tore off the wrapping. He looked inside and made a sour face. This isn't any real sort of animal at all, he said. But you don't have one like it, his father said in a pleading tone. And I don't want one. This is the worst present of them all. And with that, Archibald picked up Thing Thing and threw it. He threw it right out across the room and out the open window. Oh dear, thought Thing Thing to itself. This is bad. This is very bad. At the store, Thing Thing had heard rumors about such children, but he hadn't believed them to be true. Thing Thing hadn't wanted them to be true. It had hoped to be given to a child who would love it and talk to it and make it tea parties and dress up and hang on to it when sad or lonely and get it sticky with jam and take it to bed. Instead, Thing Thing, feeling very sorry for itself, had been thrown out a window and was falling. Staying on the floor below, the 5th floor, was a hockey player named Isabel. Isabel played right wing for a team called the Warburton Red Wings. That very day, the Warburton Red Wings were going to play in the championship game against the Strasbourg Stingers. Isabel had hurt her ankle. She hadn't hurt it playing hockey. She had twisted it by playing hopscotch with her little brother. "You mean I can't play?" she asked. "No," said the team doctor. "Your ankle needs to rest." Tears welled in Isabel's eyes. She didn't want the coach and the doctor to see her cry, so she turned her face to the window and noticed something, a stuffed animal falling past. "That's strange," thought Isabel. It made her think of her little brother. Her little brother had a favorite stuffed kangaroo that he dragged with him wherever he went. Well, at least when her ankle got better, she could play hopscotch and hockey again. It's a very strange feeling falling through the air, thought Thing Thing. Sometimes it was ears up, and sometimes it was ears up, and sometimes it was ears down, and sometimes it was ears up, and sometimes it was sideways. Thing Thing wasn't scared, well, maybe just a little. On the window ledge rested a bird's nest, a robin's nest, in fact, with a mother robin just turning over 2 of the loveliest blue eggs you ever saw. But Thing Thing had already fallen past. On the next floor below, the 4th floor, a man in a brown suit was making a speech in the hotel meeting room. I know, Lark, it's funny, right? It's like a theme with him. "This is our fantastic new product, the Boomer 2000, said the man in the brown suit. He was holding up the Boomer 2000. It was made of plastic and had a lot of switches. It required 17 batteries. "We must sell the Boomer 2000 until there is one in every house," shouted the man in the brown suit. "We must get it out there. Sell, sell, sell." Behind the man in the brown suit was a window. At that moment, something fell past it. "Do you see that?" whispered a young man sitting in the front row. "I think it was a stuffed squirrel," said the woman beside him. "No, I think it was a stuffed bat," said the man on the other side. "Whatever it was," said the man in the middle, "I bet it doesn't need 17 batteries." At least, thought Thing Thing, who always tried to look on the bright side, it's a nice day out there. I'm enjoying this book. 1 floor below, the 3rd floor, was the hotel dining room. At a table by the window was a very, very old woman was eating her lunch. Her name was Matilda Rusk. Her children were grown up now and had moved away. Matilda Rusk liked to read poetry while she ate her lunch. She was just reading the line, "Hope is a thing with feathers," when something caught her eye and made her look up. Matilda Rusk said something out loud. She said, "Foo-foo." Foo-foo had been her favorite stuffed animal when she was a child, a long, long time ago. It had been made for her by her mother. "Did you want something?" asked the waiter who had been passing by. "No, nothing," said Matilda Rusk softly. "Nothing at all." A kindly old woman, thought Thing Thing, but I would prefer a younger owner. A spider was spinning a web under a stone gargoyle. "Look out for the ground," called the spider. But I can't really look out for the ground, thought Thing Thing. It's more like the ground should look out for me. On the floor below, the 2nd floor, a nervous young man was down on his knee before a young woman. "Bethany," the man said passionately, clasping the young woman's hand. Will you marry me?" Bethany surprised the young man by getting down on her knee. "Alex," she said, "will you marry me?" "Why, yes, of course I will." "Good," said the young woman, and she leaned forward and kissed him. The young man closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, he saw a fuzzy creature plunge past the window. "I'm so happy," the young man said, "that I'm seeing things." "Congratulations," thought Thing Thing, "and many happy returns," whatever that means. Thing Thing looked down. "Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my." Thing Thing's little heart pounded. On the floor below that, the ground floor, was the lobby of the Excelsior Hotel. As always, it was bustling with people arriving and other people leaving. A bellhop carried flowers, a news vendor sold his papers, and nobody at all bothered to look out the window. So nobody saw a stuffed animal that wasn't quite a rabbit and wasn't quite a bear dropping past the window. And nobody saw the baby carriage coming along the sidewalk. The man and the woman pushing the carriage were very tired because the baby had woken up so many times during the night. They had hoped that a stroll in the park would stop their baby from crying. It hadn't. Nobody saw the stuffed animal fall into the carriage and thump gently onto the blanket. Nobody except the baby. The couple pushed the carriage into the hotel. Uh-oh. They passed the people arriving and the people leaving, the messenger with flowers and the newspaper seller. They stopped in front of the elevator and pressed the button. They waited. The elevator door opened. There stood Archibald Crimp with his parents. Archibald had a scowl on his face because he did not want to go out. As he left the elevator, he looked into the carriage. "Hey," he cried, "that's my toy." "You," said Archibald's father, "have quite enough toys. Now come along to the park. What you need is some fresh air. What you need is some fun." Archibald's parents pulled him away. The man and the woman pushed the carriage into the elevator. Surprised, they looked at one another, for they just realized the same thing at the same time. Their baby wasn't crying anymore. Thing had fell thump as it landed. Thing had felt the thump as it landed. How lucky, he thought. I've landed on something soft. It seems to be a blanket. Now Thing felt something else. It felt 5 little fingers stroking its ear. It felt those fingers close on its ear and pull it closer. The next thing it knew, Thing was staring into the very large eyes of a baby. "Hello, would you like me to belong to you?" asked Thing. "Ah, ooh," said the baby, pulling Thing even closer. Thing felt a surge of happiness. "I think," he said, "why, I think that means yes." The end. Right, another delightful story from Carrie Fagan. There's a lot I appreciate. Okay, Archibald, this kid, this horrible brat cracks me up so much, and his doting parents. There are movies which play with this device where the only one I can think of at the moment is Amélie, where she retrieves that box of knickknacks to the man who would place it there when he was a child, and takes him back, and it sort of starts like ripple of happiness across Paris. And I can't think of any other movies like that, but that's kind of a device. But like this moment here, it's just a little vignette, right, of like the older sister who's injured, but has no blame for her little brother, just love, or like these business people reminded of simpler pleasures, and then just moments like this. I don't know, it's nice soft philosophies in this book. Thing. I know nothing about Carrie Fagan except some of his bibliography. I am just assuming that he's a Jewish author, but I'm pretty sure he must be. And if he's Canadian, as I think I learned, the hockey is a nod to that. Now, I think instead of carrying on in the Carrie Fagan oeuvre, I'm going to set these aside, but maybe recommend that you look up his works, because I am, as is obvious, I'm a big fan. Let's try something different. Lark, you also recommended Journey and such by Aaron Becker as wordless books. Yeah, those are actually good. Those are good, excellent recommendations. I don't own either. I think actually, in all the books I pick up, I don't tend to buy a lot of wordless books. I'm a big fan of Flotsam, and I've bought that more than once, but also given it away as gift. So I don't think I actually have one presently. Yeah, I don't often gravitate towards wordless books as much as I admire them. I admit sometimes I find reading them difficult because like I find sharing them with young readers difficult. So I'm not sure how much I'm like supposed to expose or just let them sit on each page. I think I like the guidance that words gives me better. That's probably why I don't buy so many. But anyway, Thing, what a great book. If anyone has any recommendations or can think, I don't know if you know the type of movie I'm thinking about, where someone sees something and it kindles or inspires some kind of like kindness or transcendence. I like that as a device. Boop boop. Let's switch gears totally and look at a concept book. Turn the pages and presto changeo. Carrot Parrot by Jerome Martin. What could you possibly mean by this? Well, Carrot Parrot. Carrot. Parrot. Hatch. Patch. I did not see that coming. A leak. Any guesses? Beak. A rod. Cod. Duck. Truck. A witch. A ditch. Goose. Moose. Oops. Good night. Sleep tight. That's a great ending for this. That's a great ending for this book. I liked on this page. Just here, I was thinking, like, oh, there's, like from an egg to a patch, from a painter to a bird. I was like, okay, anything goes. But then you go from a fishing rod to a fish, and I was like, hey, I wonder if the illustrator wished he could have incorporated a hook here to look like he was trying to catch these fish, to have a narrative go across this concept. Oh, Lark, it's totally like an Electro Companies. Do you know what? That could be... I like playing with novelty books. I actually have one I could share with you. What a great idea, right? Which is like the sleep, sleep, right? Having the books fold in this way. I like that idea. But for this one particularly, I was just thinking right here that, oh, I wonder if the illustrator wished that, or the creator of this book wished they could connect to those two. But then here they do. The duck is seen riding in the back of the truck, and there's no connection here. No connection here either. I mean, the goose could be behind the moose's legs. And I think this is just a really cute ending for a simple book. But Carrot Parrot. I enjoy the mathematics and engineering behind books like that. I will show you a book I wrote. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'm not allowed to show you this, but and me saying that might be a hint at why I can't. But I'll just show you the device in this book is that it's a big rhinoceros, little rhinoceros, and then this is the gimmick of the book is that as you read it, you turn the center flap, and the rhinoceroses face the other way. They hear a honk. Big rhinoceros turns around. Okay. Oh, so this one's a little tricky. Okay, so big rhinoceros turns around. follow. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, there you go. I enjoy that kind of thing. I also like pop-up books. Frank and Ernest. No, not the comic strip you've never heard of, but this picture book by Alexandra Day. If you do know Frank and Ernest, the comic strip by Bob Thanes. I'll look that up. Frank and Ernest. If you know that, I apologize. I shouldn't assume that people don't know less popular comic strips. Frank and Ernest, the bear and elephant who run a diner. Frank and Ernest by Alexandra Day. Need help? Do you need a vacation or to respond to a family emergency but don't know how you could leave your small business or store? We'll take care of it for you. We don't know everything, but we're willing to learn and to work hard. Call Frank and Ernest at Belmont 2671. I'll only be gone 3 days, but my diner is very important to me. I hope you can handle it. Don't worry, Mrs. Miller. We will take as good care of it as you would. Look here, Ernest. Diners have a language of their own, and we will need to learn it before we can wait on people. It's really beautiful, Frank. It will be great fun doing this job, but I think it will also be a huge challenge. I'll take a hamburger with lettuce, tomato, and an onion. Hey, Frank, burn one, take it through the garden, and pin a rose on it. I'd like a piece of apple pie and a glass of milk, please. Eve with a lid and moo juice, Ernest. A hot dog with ketchup for Jimmy and a serving of Jell-O for me, if you please. Paint a bow wow of red, Frank, and I need a nervous pudding. Well, Ernest, we made it through the first day. Ham with a potato and cabbage, please. Hey, Ernest, Noah's boy with Murphy carrying a wreath. Give me a vanilla milkshake with an egg on it to go. Would you give me a hand, Ernest? I need a white cow. Make it cackle and let it walk. What is going on here? I'll take the pancakes with maple syrup and coffee with cream and sugar. A stack with Vermont and a blonde with sand. I think we're getting better at this, Ernest. May I have an English muffin with butter and a cup of black coffee, please? Burn the British, cow to cover, and draw one in the dark. A tuna sandwich on toast, please, and a Dr. Pepper with the ice left out. Ernest, I need a radio sandwich down. I need a radio sandwich down and an MD. Hold the hail. I'd like 2 scrambled eggs on toast and a cup of tea with lemon, please. Adam and Eve on a raft, wreck 'em, and a spot with a twist. Well, we did it. Gentlemen, the place looks beautiful, and I've heard nothing but good things from my friends who ate here in the last few days. You did a fine job, and I'll recommend your services to everyone I know. I don't quite know what to say about that book. All right, so the gimmick of diners having their own language. If you've seen The Emperor's New Groove, there's a great bit in it where Kronk, that evil henchman, the villain's henchman, finds himself stuck in the role of diner chef, and then the waitress comes up and just says, gives us long order, and then Kronk immediately translate it into something. The waitress at the end of her order says, and a steak cut in the shape of a trout. And then Kronk says, and turn the bull into a gill. Got it. So there's a lot of like fun language you can make. This stuff I think is actually treated as, you know, like this is actual diner lingo. But because diner lingo, I think, is so alien to kids today, like you may as well just say anything. So I think the author maybe could have just like taken it further. But the thing that surprised me about this book is that, well, maybe it shouldn't, because they are frank and earnest, and they approach this job earnestly. And I'm amazed at the library in their office for two basically odd job Bobs. They have a lot of resources, and they learn exactly how diners work. So there's no mishaps. That you would expect that in a book like this. Like, they would take these things literally. Yeah. But I did crack up here. But anyway, I'm not saying that's a bad thing necessarily. It's just kind of my expectations were all over the place with this book. But this fellow here, this red-capped gentleman, he whenever I see an illustrator draw something so distinctly, it makes me think that it's got to be a caricature. So I figure that's got to be someone. I don't know who. And then also just this, I don't know, realism that cracks me up. All right, Frank and Ernest. And their day at the diner. I couldn't read you my rhinoceros book, but maybe I can read you another one. This is Diana and Her Rhinoceros by Edward Ardizon. Ardizion. If you know me from online, you know that I know a lot about James Marshall, and one of the things I know about James Marshall is that early in his career, he actually wanted to be of the people he considered creators he wished to emulate. There was Edward Gorey and Edward Ardizon, and Marshall's earliest works are attempts. His ink work are very much attempts to capture something between this and Edward Gorey. The Edward Gorey, I think, was easier for James Marshall's mind to understand in the execution of it, like the cross-hatching. Maybe I'll get it later, but in storage I have a box of all my James Marshall's books, including Plink, 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 his first book. What am I saying? Oh, so anyway, I saw this one in the used bookstore, and it was the first time I'd actually seen. It was the second Edward Ardizon book I'd ever seen. So naturally, I had to pick it up. Also, I love rhinoceroses. They're my favorite animal. So oftentimes, anytime I see a picture book with a rhinoceros in it, I will get it. Diana and Her Rhinoceros. Yeah, Lark. So, where was I recently? I was just somewhere. I was at I had a friend from out of town, author Sylvia Chen from Seattle, and I took her on a tour of our local bookstores. And I was at one bookstore, and I might have taken a picture of it, although I'm not sure I did. There was a whole stack on the shelf, spines outwards, of Edward Ardizon books, and they might have been Nesbit. It was like a series, and there was like I remember one of them. I just saw the cover because they're lovely works, but not something I gravitate towards naturally. If it wasn't E. Nesbit, it was definitely British. But like the cover had a sea and a boat, a rowboat, and like the two protagonists H.R. Miller. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, I don't know those works so well. I'll dig that. I'll dig that up later. But here we go. Let's zoom in. I'll take this one page by page. These illustrations are very delicate and fine. For my grandchildren, Susanna, Quentin, and Dominic, who live at 43 Queen's Road, Richmond, Surrey, England. Is there any other example of for when I dedicate the Pillbug book to you, Lark, I will say who lives at, and I'll put your home address there so everyone knows. One winter evening, Mr. Effingham Jones, with his wife and daughter Diana, were in the sitting room of their house, number 43 Queen's Road, Richmond, Surrey, England. It was tea time. Diana was sitting in front of the fire making hot buttered toast, which was Mr. Effingham Jones's favorite food. Mrs. Effingham Jones was pouring out tea, and they all chatted merrily about the things that had happened that day. Don't spare the butter, Diana. Hush, my dear, is that the baby? From time to time, Mrs. Effingham Jones said, hush, and they would stop talking to listen for the baby, who was supposed to be asleep in the room next door. During one of these quiet moments, when they were all listening, the door slowly opened, and into the room came the head of an enormous rhinoceros with the baby's jacket wrapped round its horn. The rhinoceros gave a terrible sneeze. Mr. Effingham Jones went as white as a sheet and hid behind the sofa. Mrs. Effingham Jones cried, "Ooey, ooey, it's eaten the baby," and fell on the floor in a deadly faint. Diana, who was a sensible child, said, "Stuff and nonsense. Rhinoceri don't eat babies. The poor thing has a horrid cold." So she led the great beast into the room and made it lie down by the fire. The rhinoceros was grateful as his head felt heavy, his eyes were sore, and his horn ached dreadfully. Poor thing, thought Diana, who knew all about rhinoceri. He is bad. He will want 1 pint of influenza mixture, 1 quart of cough cure, and at least 200 aspirins. She knew that when rhinoceri are sick, they have to have much more medicine than humans. They also must have it quickly because they are very delicate. There, you poor thing. Now, Mrs. Effingham Jones, being a silly woman, had collected lots of medicines, but she did keep them in a locked cupboard. However, she was in a deadly faint. Diana realized that this was an emergency, so she found the key in her mother's handbag and took all the medicines she wanted from the cupboard. Diana went on pouring all these medicines down the rhinoceros's throat until she had given it exactly 1 pint of influenza mixture, 1 quart of cough cure, and 200 aspirins. The rhinoceros at once felt better. He lifted his head and made a noise which sounded just like toast. Toast, of course, said Diana. Rhinoceri love hot buttered toast. So there and then she went to work and toasted and buttered piece after piece for the contented animal, who munched them happily. Darling, 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 did the naughty rhino frighten you? In the meantime, Mrs. Effingham Jones had come to from her deadly faint and had rushed into the room next door. There she picked up the baby and hugged it and cried over it. The baby, who was a sensible baby, wondered what all the fuss was about. He had liked the rhinoceros and was glad to give it his woolly jacket. He was too hot in it anyway. Mr. Effingham Jones had also crept from the room and dashed to the telephone. He rang the zoo but could get no reply. He rang the police, who told him to ring the fire brigade. He rang the fire brigade, who told him to ring the zoo, by which time Mr. Effingham Jones was in a terrible state. He rang the zoo again and at last got an answer. So that's where our rhinoceros is, said the voice at the other end. He is a very dangerous animal. We will send somebody round to shoot it. This put Mr. Effingham Jones into a more terrible state than before. So it was that sometime later, when Diana was still peacefully making hot buttered toast and feeding it to a contented animal, the door opened and there stood 3 men with guns. Get away from the rhinoceros, they said. It's dangerous, they said. We are going... No, I won't. It's nice. We are going to shoot it. No, said Diana. It's nice and I won't go away. I am going to keep it. It can live in the shed in the garden. They argued and argued, but Diana would not budge. Good for you, Diana. If you shoot it, it will be over my dead body, she said. Oh, my poor garden. At last they had to give in, and Diana led the great beast out of the back door and into the garden and put it in the shed. It was a nice, warm, dry shed, and the rhinoceros liked it very much. From then on, the rhinoceros lived very happily in the garden. At night, it slept in the shed. On fine summer days, it would wander about among the flower beds. In time, Mr. Effingham Jones became less frightened of it and would work in his garden. The only trouble was that the rhinoceros was very fond of eating dahlias. This made Mr. Effingham Jones very cross, as he was a keen gardener, but he was not quite brave enough to stop it doing so. Confound the infernal animal. Diana, when she was not playing with the rhinoceros, was kept busy making hot buttered toast. I keep thinking hot buttered toast would wreak havoc with a rhinoceros's digestion, which should maybe please the gardening side of Mr. Effingham Jones. Mrs. Effingham Jones never lost her fear of this formidable beast, so she never went into the garden. She would, however, ask her lady friends to tea to watch it from the sitting room window. As the years went by, Diana grew into a tall schoolgirl, then to a bright young woman, and then into a comfortable middle-aged lady. But all the same, she never became tired of looking after the rhinoceros because the neighboring children would come over to the garden wall to help her do so. The baby grew up into a splendid young man. He married and had a family and a home of his own. Often he would bring his wife and children to the house in Richmond to visit Diana and play with her rhinoceros. Are you quite sure it's safe, my dear? The great beast had now become quite famous. Grown-ups never ceased to wonder at its tameness, while children loved to play with it. It was so gentle with them that they were never frightened, even with this kid pulling on its tail. Sometimes Diana would take it out for a walk, but this had to be done late at night when there was no one about. Otherwise, such a crowd would collect to see her strange pet that the street was quite blocked with people. Mr. and Mrs. Effingham Jones became very old and hardly ever left their chairs by the sitting room window. There they would sit and watch the rhinoceros as it browsed happily in the garden. But Mr. Effingham Jones still became cross when he saw it eating his dahlias. Drat the beast, why can't Diana control it? Hush, dear, don't excite yourself. Of course, all this time the rhinoceros was getting older too. Its thick skin became more wrinkled and was beginning to turn gray. Also, I'm sorry to say, Diana fed him with so much hot buttered toast that he was getting just a little too fat. More years passed by, and Mr. and Mrs. Effingham Jones, now very, very old, went to live in a bungalow by the sea where Mr. Effingham Jones could grow his dahlias in peace. Diana and her rhinoceros were then left by themselves in the old house, but they were never lonely because there were always the neighboring children to visit them. Diana, in her turn, became very old, and of course the rhinoceros became very old too. On winter evenings, when the nights were cold, she would bring the rhinoceros into the house and let it lie down by the sitting room fire. If the rhinoceros was not very well, she would give it 1 pint of influenza mixture and 1 quart of cough cure and 200 aspirins. This always made it feel better. Then Diana would make lots of hot buttered toast and feed it. It was rather a greedy old beast, and if Diana did not give it the toast fast enough, it made a noise which sounded just like, "Hurry up with the toast." There, sitting by the fire with the rhinoceros on the floor beside her, Diana would gently smile as she remembered that day all those years ago when it first arrived and she felt content. The old rhinoceros, full of influenza mixture, cough cure and aspirin, hot buttered toast and its own memories. I'll read that again. The old rhinoceros, full of influenza mixture, cough cure, aspirins, hot buttered toast, and its own memories, felt contented too. Now, if children are out late at night and look very hard, and if they are lucky, if children are out late at night and look very hard, they might, if they are lucky, see an old lady dressed all in white and an old white rhinoceros. If they do, it will be Diana and her rhinoceros going for their nightly walk under the shadowy trees of Queen's Road, Richmond, Surrey, England. You see, Diana and her rhinoceros are still with us, and white rhinoceri are very rare. What the heck is with that ending? What? Like, okay, you can stop yelling, Edward. Good Lord. But maybe you picked up on this. Oh, did I just do that? Yeah. I'll watch the replay and see if I wrinkled that page. I don't know if you had the exact same thought as I did, but There's Berkeley Breathe book, Red Ranger Came Calling, about the boy who asks for a bicycle for Christmas. And then Santa Claus, who has lost his get up and go, gets inspired by the boy's visit to deliver a bicycle. But the boy asked for, the brand name was like a Thneed or a Theed bicycle. And Santa, hard of hearing, hears treed bicycle, so delivers the bike in a tree, and the boy can't get it because it's up in a tree. The story ends at the very end with a photograph of a bicycle around which a tree has grown, so it's like a tree embedded in a bicycle. Actual photograph, not an illustration. So the entire last half of this book, the first time I read it, I expected to get here and see a photograph from like a Victorian era newspaper, Edwardian era newspaper, saying a picture, photograph of Diana and rhinoceros. So that we get here and it's just this, and he's yelling at us. Like I don't know what's going on there. The other thing I came to appreciate about this book is the fact that, like, I don't know his other works, but just based on the style and its time, I would expect this book to just be a very straight, plain story. But there's kind of like a lot of like just, you know, the rhinoceros talks. You know, the sound it makes is toast. Like silly, almost absurd things happen. The rhinoceros lives in the garden, but then other things, you know, like this is exactly what you would expect to happen, so it's not so far-fetched. But I do like that story. Diana and Her Rhinoceros by Edward Artizon. And I do think my voice is nearing its absolute limit. And I have been broadcasting now for 2 hours and 57 minutes. Let me stay online a moment or two and think where I want to go from here. Oh, okay, Lark, you said it's the Eleanor Estes book that he did. You know what, let me actually, if you don't mind, I'll check my phone. And I'm going to look at those pictures from that bookstore and see if I actually did take a picture of those Artizon books. I'm not certain. No, I took a picture of the Cheery and Cheera series. I did not take a picture of it. Where did I see that? Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed that, Lark. It's charming, right? Like, but it is kind of like it's almost like I don't know what to make of it, but I think it's because I don't know the books of its time very well. So I don't know if it was like outstandingly weird or super popular or what. Typical of his work, or just kind of like a weird, dreamy book. But in my collection of books, they're loosely arranged by like sort of like themes. And I do have a section called Rhinoceros books. I should actually, let me. How about a survey of books? I just cleaned up the space. I'm pulling every book out. This space, because of the Donut Project, has was tremendously messy, but it's tightened up a little. Yeah, so. Not sure. So, Rainbow Rhino by Peter Siss. I show these at the risk that, you know, now I'm known as the donut guy. I could become known as the rhino guy. I wouldn't mind. But then, you know, you fall into that trap. I mean, years ago I was the ukulele guy. And then everything you get becomes themed to ukulele. Like, it's your birthday. Oh, here's a pair of socks with ukuleles on them. I'm just saying that in case, you know, someone's like, oh, let's all start buying Jerrold donut books and rhinoceros books. You don't. I doubt anyone's watching thinking that they want to buy any book, but if there was, you know. Anyway, I just like rhinoceroses. That's all I'm saying. Rainbow Rhino by Peter Sis. The Singing Rhinoceros by Anna Standen, with pictures by Edward C. Standen. I Know a Rhino by Charles Fugue. You know, and some of them, oh, that's a great picture. You know, maybe I'll read some of these. Because, you know, let's read this one. I Know a Rhino by Charles Fugue. Just because I need to up my book count. I Know a Rhino. With thanks to Megan. I know a rhino, we like to take tea. I have 2 sugars, and rhino takes 3. I know a leopard who loves fancy clothes. He always looks great from his tail to his nose. I know a giraffe, we laugh and blow hundreds of bubbles when we take a bath. I know a bear, and when it's sunny, we have a picnic with brown bread and honey. I know a dragon, he's scaly and red. I look after him when he's sick and in bed. Guess who's in my band? His arms are quite long. He's an orangutan singing a song. I know a pig, we play in the dirt. We always have mud fights, but no one gets hurt. I know a hippo, and when she's not busy, we spin round and round until we get dizzy. These are my friends. I know them, you see. I know them quite well. Because they live with me. You know, I bought it for the rhino, but also for the illustrations. I actually like this kind of like heavily detailed, like cartoon illustration. You know, like they're almost like they're caricatures of animals more than just. You know, we read earlier this book, Parsley, about a giraffe, and you know, like this is just obviously a much different rendering of a giraffe. But I like how this one. I mean, I love this style of illustration. Hubert's hair-raising adventure. Rhinoceros isn't on the cover, but it's Bill Pete. And speaking of loving that, you know, this is more cartoony, of course, but Bill Pete, like all Disney artists, you know, were sort of trained in that way of observing the natural world. So his rhinoceros, you know, really looks like a good cartoon rhinoceros. Hubert's Hair-Raising Adventure, and then The Rhino Who Swallowed the Storm by Reading Rainbow's LeVar Burton. And that's my rhino books. Which one did I just read? Oh yeah, this one. I'll add that to my has been read stack. Yeah, Adam Rex has that look, right? That painterly realism. But you know, it's a cartoon. You can tell. Oof. All right, this one was in my rhino books, but it's not a rhinoceros book. It's called Little Bird, unless there's a rhinoceros in there I've forgotten about. What else? What else can we? Oh, here, I want to share this one with you. I think you might enjoy this, Lark. If you can stick around, I appreciate you hanging out with me, by the way. Oh, I also feel like the Edward Artizone, Diana Rhinoceros. I think that'd be a good Fuse 8 book. Just some weird reactions in that story. And then I picked this up in a little free library. Actually, I wanted to read that one as well. Oh, and actually I need to take a break and change my camera battery. Okay, this is gonna, just to show you what's going on, this is my overhead camera. It's a Nikon. I mounted up here on this rig I've built. This is a metal pipe and a 2x2 piece of wood that goes across. I have a mount here for it. This camera is battery powered, so I do need to change the battery from time to time. However, this one particular battery is just kind of like, I think it swells when it gets hot because it becomes hard to remove. So I have to take a little piece of tape, adhere it to the battery. There we go. Just try to press it on there to get it stuck to it. Unlatch it, and there you go, see? Pull it out enough that I can get a grip on it, and there's the battery. I have the next one charging already, which I can replace. Camera. I'm going to just check my messages real quick and make sure I'm not being asked to be anywhere. Which I doubt, but just in case I am. Lark, you retweeted me 47 minutes ago. Join us for a book or 10. Yeah, you know what? Let's do a count and see how many I'm at. Thanks for the boost. You know, it's a Sunday afternoon. I'm sure people have many things to do. I do actually enjoy this format of presenting. It's kind of a weird one though, because like in a large sense I'm just talking to myself, but clearly I have no problem with that. I just picture myself in the far future, sitting in a garden, talking to no one, talking to an imaginary camera. Now this book, this brings to mind, all right, where are we? Okay. I'm going to read 3 more books. Then I'm going to do a count, see where I am, and see where I want to go. We're at 3 hours and 10 minutes. It's 2 p.m. where I am. I have no obligation to stay, except that I do need to go shopping at some point to get groceries for the week, lunches for tomorrow. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to read 3 more books and then possibly wrap it up there, I think. But I saw these 3, and I think I'd like to read them. But I'm also open to requests or anything. All right, here we go. Whoops. Little Bird by Germano Zullo, illustrated by Albertine. May my heart always be open to little birds who are the secrets of living. E. E. Cummings, poem 53. some days are different. One could almost believe that one day is just like another. But some have something a little more. Nothing much. Just a small thing. Tiny. Most of the time, we don't notice these things. Because little things are not made to be noticed. They are there to be discovered. When we take the time to look for them, the small things appear. Here or there. Tiny. But suddenly so present, they seem enormous. The small things are treasures. True treasures. There are no greater treasures than the little things. One is enough to enrich the moment. Just one is enough to change the world. Little bird. I like the philosophy in that book. I would want to read it again and really think about it. But I do like it, and I love the blue and gold illustrations. Lark, no, I'm happy to do this for my own sake and also to up my word count. Now, if this was a scripted show, what a beautiful book to end today's broadcast on. And I'm not saying I won't, and maybe I will, but I think what I'll do right now, no, I was gonna do book count. I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna do those two more books. I said, yeah, I'm gonna read two more. Because this book I found in a little free library yesterday, and the illustrations got me. Look at this little dude. I mean, it's like a bald baby. I don't know, like, And I didn't even see these yesterday. I flipped open like somewhere around here. Where did I see it? I don't know. It was just. I think like I flipped open to this, and I was like, oh, like, but now I mean, okay. I laughed because it looked like a little kid with like a man's head, but I'm gonna hold back on laughing now because I'm wondering if this is related to dwarfism, and I don't mean to make light of it. I don't think so. I think it is like a stylistic choice. Like everything is just exaggerated in bizarre ways. So yeah. I'm gonna read it earnestly and just see what kind of a story this offers. Yeah, yeah. Okay, here we go. Sir Cedric by Roy Gerard. Sir Cedric. Oof. I should have looked. All right. Oh, I think, yeah, this is the page I opened to when I originally saw this at the Little Free Library. Just this monk and this peasant together, they really cracked me up. All right, here we go. Sir Cedric was cheerful and gallant. Sir Cedric was gentle but bold. He ruled his lands wisely and fairly, and was very well liked, so I'm told. The people who lived near his castle were happy to be in his care, for robbers and villains all kept well away, when they knew that Sir Cedric was there. He never was rude to his subjects, nor mean when their taxes were due, nor did he go kissing their daughters, as some wicked knights used to do. Each morning he rode from his castle on Walter, his faithful old steed. He went round the countryside sorting things out and checking what people might need. But he sat in his castle one evening and polished his armor and sword, and decided that life was so peaceful and calm he was getting quite restless and bored. He thought he would go on a journey to find some adventure and fun, for he'd heard there were lots of new things to be seen and many brave deeds to be done. He sent for his trusty friend Bertram and told him just what he had planned. Bert said he'd looked after the castle, and Cedric said, that'll be grand. He took up his sword and his shield and his lance and his armor all shiny and new, and in case he got hungry while riding along, he took cucumber sandwiches too. I like the line work on these backgrounds combined with the watercolors. The people he met on a long country road passed him by with a smile and a wave, and said they'd not seen such a very fine knight, so handsome and sturdy and brave. Old Walter went on for mile after mile. He strode up the hills at a trot. Cedric would stop to give him a rest in case he got breathless and hot. They rode through a huge gloomy forest, 100 miles wide it would seem, in the middle of which was a large open space with a tower and a bridge and a stream. Foursquare on the bridge stood a fierce-looking knight who was known far and wide as Black Ned. He had fat Matilda locked up in his tower, and he threatened to chop off her head. Matilda, though fat, was a princess, you see, and could have any man that she chose. But Black Ned was bad-tempered, dirty, and mean, and had hairs growing out of his nose. I'm actually going to stop reading, not for the fat phobia or for what I fear might be cruel parody in the story. But the book stinks. It has a musty odor, and also voice is not gonna take it. I'm sorry, Sir Cedric. You will return. I might read it eventually. All right, let's see what it says. It says, the author-illustrator pokes good-humored fun at the age of chivalry with the story of a balding knight who decides there must be more to life than minding his peaceful estate. Exquisitely detailed watercolor paintings, can't argue with that, are each small masterpieces of rhythmic composition. The fluid rhyming and stunning embellishments exert vivacious appeal. A particular delight. Some review. A playful ballad of gallantry, devotion, and wisdom, mesmerizing in design and illustration. This is at once historical pageantry and satirical comedy on a child's eye level. I picked up on satire. The pictures are grand, wonderful decorative detail in rich color everywhere, and every page a feast by no less than The Search for Delicious's Natalie Babbitt. Wow. What year? Yeah, the horse is extra tall. It's weird proportions, just weird all around. I don't know if I'd mind. Yeah, something's putting me off about this book. But I do want to find out the year it was published. 1984. I actually probably wouldn't mind like looking at it more closely for details like this. I think like the book describes like mesmerizing. What did it say? Mesmerizing detail. Masterpieces of rhythmic composition. I actually want to study some of these pictures just a little, just to see like you know, this is kind of like Renaissance paintings where everything like single vanishing point and perspective. These are more sophisticated in that sense. This guy's picking his nose. But the scroll work, that's a very like medieval thing. That's very much like a medieval tapestry bordering. The artist clearly knows, has a great skill. But anyway, you know, the other thing is, as a lesson, anyone who's watching, you can always put aside books that you don't wish to read. Speaking of that kind of like style and detail, I picked up, I had thought about sharing this one, but I'm just going to show it really quickly. Pish posh, said Hieronymus Bosch. But it's incredibly painterly and fine. I don't mind the ferret. I do like the bee. I don't mind the ferret. That might be a good book title. All right. Grandma's Secret, written by Paulette Bourgeois, illustrated by Marianne Kowalski. I'll give a background on this. So I picked this up. Used bookstore this summer. I mentioned earlier, usually I pick up books and it's just enough for me to see like the spine or the cover. I'm like, you know, I think I'll read this. This one, I actually like flipped through it because I had the feeling like this could go either way. So I read it. I flip through it. I get about here, halfway through the story, and I'm like, this can go one of two ways. And I'll either love the book or not hate it, but you know, I'll either love it or I won't. So I shut it and I bought it and read it later, and as it turned out, I loved it. Grandma's Secret, written by Paulette Bourgeois, illustrated by Marianne Kowalski. Grandma's Secret. For Ian. In memory of my mother, Alice Kowalski. My grandma lives in a pink and white house with a porch and a picket fence. It was on the worst street in town. At night, we'd sit and watch the goings-on at the rooming house. Across the street, Grandma would cross herself and mutter, but every night she'd be back on the porch, rocking and watching. Grandma didn't have any teeth. Well, that's not exactly true. She had false teeth, but she kept them in a cup full of water on a table by her bed. She tried wearing them once. Feels like I got me a mouthful of piano keys, she said, and she never put them in again. Grandma didn't cook. No need for cooking when you're an old lady with no teeth, she'd say. For breakfast, my grandma had tea with sugar and milk, and I had milk with tea and sugar. We ate Jell-O and thick slabs of bologna and chocolate-covered marshmallow cookies that were stored in the oven. No need for an oven when you're an old lady with no teeth, Grandma would say. I loved being at my grandma's house, except I was worried about the bear. Every morning at breakfast, Grandma pointed to a small door leading to the basement. Wouldn't open that if I were you. Why? Because there's a bear down there, she'd say. You're making that up. There's no bear down there. And every morning my grandma would stare straight at me cup her hands to her ears, and say, "Listen." Sometimes I'd hear rustling, like something was moving around. If I listened very carefully, I'd swear I could hear something like a low growl made at the back of a throat. But I'd tell my grandma, "I don't hear anything." "Still," she'd say, "wouldn't go down there if I were you." And for a long time, I didn't. Our days were busy. Grandma liked the trains, and so did I. She'd put on a black tam and shoes, black velvet, high-heeled shoes with holes where her big toes peeked out. She'd wear her favorite dress, the one with the big pink flowers and buttons shaped like roses. We'd walk to the end of the street and stand under the trestle waiting for the scream of the wheels and the shudder of the bridge. When we could hear the rumble of the train, Grandma would grab my hand. If there were people around, I'd jerk it back, embarrassed. "Grandma, I'm too big for holding hands," I'd hiss. But if there wasn't anybody else under the bridge, I liked the feel of her hand in mine. When I went to school, Grandma dusted. She dusted the china dogs that guarded every door and the pictures of Our Lady on all the walls. She dusted the cupboards and every piece of clear blue china inside. We never ate off that china. "No sense in setting a fancy table when you're an old lady with no teeth," she'd say. At night, we'd rock on the porch watching the goings-on across the street. I rocked as long as Grandma let me. I hated going to bed because of that darn bear in the basement. I'd lie in the great soft sag of my bed listening to his breath lift and fall, lift and fall. I'd hear him padding around and around and around. I'd wonder if he was chained, and decided he was. I mean, if he wasn't, he'd come upstairs, wouldn't he? I'd wonder who'd fed him. Grandma never went down those stairs. I spent my nights under the flickering sign that said Hotel Alexandra, wondering and listening until one night when I couldn't wonder or listen anymore. I crept past my grandma's bedroom and peeked in to make sure she was asleep. She looked so small in the folds of her comforter, and her hair was crimped tightly around pieces of tissue and pins. I stayed a long time. I think I wanted her to wake up and say, "Wouldn't go down there if I were you," but she didn't. So I kept walking, past the china guard dogs, past the pink china cupboard, into the kitchen. The door to the basement wasn't even locked. I groped for the switch and flicked it. The bulb hanging from a socket at the bottom of the stairs didn't cast much light, but the Hotel Alexandra sign flickered through the basement windows too. I listened from the top of the steps, but all I heard was the thumping in my chest. The steps had rotted from the dampness in the air, and one good shove could have toppled the railing. The stairs were so steep, I had to lean forward and peer over my toes just to see the next step. Then I saw him. Geez, he was huge. His jaws were open, and he was standing on two hind legs ready to attack. But he wasn't moving. He wasn't even stuffed. The bear in the basement was cardboard. I sat down on the last of those steep, rotted steps. It was better not knowing for sure about the bear in the basement. My grandma was right. I shouldn't have come down. I suppose if I were an old lady with no teeth, I'd try to scare the daylights out of a kid like me too. I mean, those steps were really bad. You could kill yourself just going down those steps. The hotel sign was still flickering when I climbed carefully up the stairs. I closed the door to the basement all the way. This time, I was really quiet walking past my grandma's door. At breakfast the next morning, my grandma had tea with sugar and milk, and I had milk with tea and sugar. And then she pointed to the basement door and said, "Wouldn't open that if I were you." "Why?" I asked. "'Cause there's a bear down there." "You're making that up," I said. And just like always, my grandma said, "Listen." And I did. But all I heard was a little rumbling in the furnace and a little rustling of the wind. "I don't hear anything," I said. "Still," said Grandma, "wouldn't go down there if I were you." And I didn't. That night, after we rocked and watched the goings-on and I went to bed, I didn't wonder if the bear was chained. I wondered where my grandma got a cardboard bear anyway. This one I really like. has a sense of melancholy about it. You know, we never find out what this kid is doing living with his grandma, if this is like a summer arrangement or if it's permanent. But there's kind of like this loss of innocence where the boy solves the great mystery of his childhood and regrets it. And this scene right here where he's crying, like it's you know, the text just says I sat down on the last of those steep rotted steps. I should not have come down. He doesn't say, you know, I wept at the loss of this mythology. But you know, it hits him hard. And he goes back to bed like so dejected, you know, and yeah, the cover, right? I know. Yeah. But then I like that, you know, here he's, you know, it's still, he's the grandson, tea with sugar, milk with sugar and tea. You know, he's sitting with the grandma. But then I really come to appreciate this, that, you know, he's abandoned this like childhood mystery, a little bit of magic, but hey, wait a minute, like, why does grandma have a large cardboard cutout bear in the basement? Like, there's still so much to learn, and even though maybe he's advanced to a different level with his grandmother, their relationship, you know, it can still grow richer for it. But yeah, no, Lark, I agree. David, you made it. I'm glad you got to catch the end of that, David. Grandma's Secret by Paulette Bourgeois, illustrated by Marianne Kowalski. Yeah, Lark, nothing in that cover or even the first half of this book could have prepared me for that ending. There's such a wistfulness about it. And also just even in the illustration style, that the boy with this little like man's house coat, he believes there's a bear in the basement, or wants to believe there's a bear in the basement, but he's also like kind of like a mini adult, like even in the drawing. Anyway, I do enjoy that book. David, I'm so glad you're here. Lark, David is a fellow mentor of the, your kid's grandma has a real stuffed bear in her house. That's, I would find that terrifying. David is a fellow mentor to one of the people to whom I offered the summer reading challenge. And David, as I described to a group, became like the heart of it. David throws out encouragements every once in a while, watches with kindness and support everyone's progress, and recently crossed the 200 mark himself. Congratulations, David. As of this morning, I was at 102. Let's now, with David present, see where we're at. So I've been streaming David for 3 hours and what a time to look at it. It 3 hours, 33 minutes, and 33 seconds exactly when I looked at it. That's auspicious. And this is how many books I've read. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. I have read 23, bringing my total to 125 books. 75 books from the goal, with 6 days remaining, just over 12 books a day. How's that? I did the math this morning. It was like 17. It was 16 books a day, but I guess, you know, 4 a day. The math always checks out. Yeah, I might call. Well, I kind of hate to call it a day now that David's joined. Okay, tell you what. I did say I was going to read 3 more books. I read 2 because I abandoned one partway through it. Is there anything anybody wants to hear, or a special like type of book, or do you want to try to just see if I have something in my collection? Throw out, put a suggestion, maybe like your favorite book or something, or. If there's anything you'd like to hear. Yeah, I'm gonna throw in a quick read. Yeah. Easy, says David. No, it is true though. 12 books a day feels a lot more manageable than 16 books a day. It is a slight difference, but yeah, like if I could get this down to 10 books a day, that would feel great. 12 books a day, so I would need to read 14 more books right now. I can do it. No, 6 times 12. I would only read a dozen. 12 books. It's the work of a moment. Okay, I'm going to read 12 more books, starting with Ludlow Laughs by John Agee. Ha! Ludlow Laughs. Ha ha ha. When Ludlow was born, everyone immediately noticed this shape. It wasn't a cute little dimple. It wasn't an adorable nose. It wasn't an adorable nose. And as the rest of him grew and developed and changed, it didn't. It only opened for food, an occasional burp, and plenty of grumbling. Ludlow worked in a complaint department. At the end of the day, he felt grumpier than ever. Night after night, he came home grumbling and growling and went to bed. But one night, something happened. Ludlow had a dream. Not just any dream, the funniest dream in the world. Ha, 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 ha. He giggled, he guffawed, and he laughed in his sleep loud enough for the whole neighborhood to hear. Nobody had ever heard laughing like that before. What was even stranger was that once they heard it, they couldn't help laughing themselves. Until Ludlow woke up. Shut up! The morning was the usual routine, grumbling all the way to work, grumbling all the way home. But that night it happened again. Ludlow's dream was even funnier. Now the whole town was laughing. If a whole town could laugh at Ludlow, why not the whole country? A local radio station was interested in the possibilities. Very quietly, they hooked up their equipment. Suddenly, Ludlow was on the air. Ha 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 ha, hee hee, ha ha, har har. Soon the whole world was laughing with Ludlow. Ha ha ha, hee hee, ha ha, ho ho, har har. When morning came, the radio crew packed up their things and crept away. Ludlow woke up his old self again. Arr. And so it went night after night for months on end, until one night the world was quiet. Something was wrong. Ludlow wasn't laughing. What could they do? The radio crew was desperate. Outside, the world was growing restless. From South Pole to North Pole, there was no Ludlow on the radio. Nothing the radio crew did made Ludlow laugh, so they packed up their equipment and left. All through the night, Ludlow slept quietly, and when he woke up, something had changed. I like that. I think it's I think it's charming. Although I'm a big fan of letting books just like exist on their own terms, right? Like they don't need to fulfill word count, traditional story arcs. There is something I kind of feel is like missing here. Although, I mean, like it just works on its own. But like, I mean, okay. You could say to a group of kids as you read this to them, like, what made him laugh? What was that funny dream? I love that you don't, it didn't say like he dreamed of pie fights and singing chipmunks. It was just he had the funniest dream in the world, and then it allows a kid to imagine what that would be. My nephew, one of my nephews, once woke up from a nap like this. He woke up like. And he goes, I just had the best dream. I said, what'd you dream? He goes, I dreamt I was riding in Santa's sleigh with SpongeBob and Santa. And I was like, that's like the greatest dream like ever, right? So every kid can imagine their own dream. But then Ludlow stops laughing, and you're like, well, like, why? What happened? I don't mind, like, the beginning isn't explained, but this ending, I'm kind of like, well, I kind of would like to know, and I wonder if maybe Ludlow worked in the complaint department, and maybe the, you know, residual bad energy from everyone complaining to him all day left him in the sour mood. And maybe as he infects the world with laughter, people stop complaining so much, and they stop bringing their complaints to him, and then suddenly his burden's lifted, and then he laughs. He smiles genuinely because he's happy. Yeah, but anyway, I mean, I like it as is. I don't need to add to it. I need to start a stack so I know where my 12 books are. Let's put these here. This is my 12 books to go. Let's grab another one. I'm trying to find things with low word counts because of my voice. Although I'm... Where is it? I have one here. I want to find one called The Giant's Toe. I'd like to, if I have that. Yeah, The Giant's Toe. Sorry to leave you waiting. I'm trying to grab a few books to read here. Let's see. Lark, yeah, you can you can count them with Goodreads. I have a Goodreads account, but I don't actually like. I don't know if I've ever done anything on it. But I'll tell you what, I'm going to be going on there to add my donut book slowly soon. All right, this is the book I was just looking for. Tell you what, this is the book I was just looking for, The Giant's Toe. I'm going to read that in a minute. But I'm going to start with Linda because, yeah, David, right? Like, you know what you can skip. Linda by Frank Ash. More famous for Little Bear. But this is... a book he wrote way before, I think, Little Bear. Linda by Frank Ash. Discard. Let me zoom out slightly. All right, Linda. To Mom. Good morning, Mouse. Good morning. Breakfast. Good morning. Street. Good morning, dog. Good morning, car. Good morning, mattress. Good morning, boxes. Good morning, dime. Good morning, mister. Good morning, Santa. Good morning, lady. Good morning, ice cream. Good morning, friend. And oh yes. Linda, I'm coming. Good morning. Nighttime. The end. A lot of stuff going on in this book. You know, it's they worked together on another book called not sorry, you don't know what I'm talking about. If I just say they worked together, Mark Allen Stamety, who did Who Needs Donuts, him and Frank Ash worked on a book together called Yellow Yellow, and it has this same sort of like pen and ink work. And yeah, David, there's so much to unpack there. So the style is this, you know, pen and ink work, but the sort of the feeling and the theme of it, I think, I don't know this about Frank Ash, but I heard it's available on YouTube. Mark Allen Stamety talks about his career, and he talks about being a young man walking through New York and just like absorbing the city. And I feel like Frank Ash must have the same experience, because, you know, this is sort of like, I'm gonna guess like 1970s Skid Row in New York. But, you know, gritty as heck. And then you kind of get here and, you know, unhoused person. And then this character, right? Like, I'm pretty certain that's not Santa. But Linda's good-natured and goes around and is just greeting everybody. The woman, old woman or lady here disappearing into the mist. I don't know if you can make out her figure. Yeah, Lark, is this the 1960s Goodnight Moon? I mean, like, I guess? Let's see. It was, yeah, 1969. Like, again, you know, like I said, right? Like I don't need a story to have like a traditional arc or something, but I do like the surprise that, you know, the mom's calling, the moon's out. Okay, you get that Linda's kind of been out all day and done a lot of things, and then good morning, nighttime. I think that's super cute. But I wonder if I would have like enjoyed a hint that the day was she was moving through the day. Yeah, I don't know, but there you go. For some reason, that one felt like it belonged right next to Ludlow Laughs for me. Maybe it's just the alliteration. If I had a book called Lemon Lollipops, I'd read that next. But I don't, so I'm going to read a book called The Giant's Toe by Brock Cole. Actually, hang on, there's no need to rush through that. I don't know if you have anything you want to say or add about that book. Yeah, it's a lot to unpack there. Lark, you mentioned earlier in the chat, Dylan's. Wait, no. Is that what you're talking about? You said you love Pish Posh, so you know this book. I don't know this book. Oh, the Dylans, the illustrators right there. Okay, Nancy Willard. I didn't see that. Illustration by the Dylans. And Neil Gaiman and Stranger Things. They worked on those projects? This book came out 1991. I'll look into them. All right. The Giant's Toe by Brock Cole. The Giant's Toe. Once there was a giant out hoeing his cabbages. The hoe slipped, and he gave his foot a mighty whack. "Ow!" he cried. "I must have cut off my toe." But when he found his toe among the cabbage leaves, it had changed. It didn't look like a toe at all. Still, he thought he had better keep it, and he put it in his lunch pail. I'll glue it back on, he said to himself. But no, I might want to take a bath someday and then it would come off. I'll sew it back on. But no, that might prick. The giant muttered and hoed until he forgot all about his toe. After a while, he began to get hungry, so he sat down and opened his lunch pail. Where's my pie, he said. I ate it, said the toe. Toes don't eat pies, said the giant. I was hungry, said the toe. Humph, said the giant. You don't know how a toe ought to behave, and I'm going to do away with you. Oh, you think so, said the toe. How are you going to do that? I'm going to make you into a pie, that's how, said the giant. And he made a pie and put the toe inside. Now, he said, I'm going to get kindling for the fire. No sooner had the giant stepped out of the kitchen than a greedy fat hen hopped up on the table and started pecking at the pie crust. Soon she had made a big hole. Out popped the toe and pushed her inside. When the giant came back, he built a big fire in the stove and put the pie in the oven. Soon a delicious aroma filled the air. Oh my, that smells good, he said. Toe pie must be wonderful. While the giant muttered and rubbed his hands and licked his lips, the toe set the table. What are you doing? Asked the giant. I'm helping, said the toe. But you're supposed to be in the pie. I put a chicken in instead, said the toe. What? Cried the giant. That's my hen that lays the golden eggs. Oh, the giant was mad. When he saw that the pie was baked up all nice and brown, he broke 3 plates in a gravy boat. When the giant calmed down, he and the toe ate the pie. Now, toe, he said, I'm really going to do away with you. Oh, you think so, said the toe. And how are you going to do that? You see this bag, said the giant, putting a velvet bag on the table and taking out a golden harp. I'm going to put you in this bag, then I'm going to dig a hole all the way to China and throw you in. That's how. And he put the toe in the bag. Wait a minute, cried the toe. It's so dark in here, I couldn't find my nose if I had to blow it. So the giant gave him a candle just to keep him quiet and went out in the garden to dig. With the candle, the toe burned a hole in the bag big enough to squeeze out, and then he pushed the harp back inside. When the giant finished his digging, he fetched the bag and threw it down to China. Be gone, foul toe, he cried, and then he quickly filled in the hole. The toe helped him stamp down the dirt. What are you doing? Said the giant. I'm helping, said the toe. But you're supposed to be in the bag. I put the harp in instead. But that was my golden harp that plays and sings all by herself, bellowed the giant, and he stamped and tramped until the dust fairly flew. Oh, toe, he cried, this time I'm really going to do away with you. Just then there was a loud knocking at the gate. I'll get it, said the toe, and off he went before the giant could stop him. I'm Jack, said as mean-looking a boy as ever was, and I want the hen that lays the golden eggs. Too late, said the toe, we ate her. Then where's the golden harp? Demanded Jack. Gone to China, said the toe. Then I'll chop up the giant, bellowed Jack. Too late, said the toe. He already chopped himself in 2. He did, said Jack. That's right, said the toe. A big piece and a little piece. When Jack heard that, he knew he was out of luck, so he went off to find some other giant. Well, said the giant when Jack was gone, I suppose I'm the big piece and you're the little piece. That's right, said the toe. And I suppose I can't do away with you after all, said the giant. No, you can't, said the toe. Said the giant. Then I won't. And he and his toe lived happily ever after, just as they should. I really, really, really enjoy this book. It has all the for Zoe reads the dedication. It has every element of a traditional fairy tale, but the characters are all rendered in this like I don't even know what like like I don't even know what you call this style of clothing. I mean, it's right. I love this, David. It's like it's contemporary, right? Like it's not like a peasant, like a tunic. It's not like a tunic and leather wrists and boots and things like that. Gauntlets and things. And like so, it's very like contemporary, modern in that sense. He drinks soda. His kitchen is essentially, a modern kitchen with electricity. And then when the toe is actually just like a little boy, But you have all those like fairy tale elements, like this, the you know, I'm gonna get rid of you this way, and he tries, you know, the try fail. Yeah, I love it so much. I love it so much. And I guess maybe a rare naked human child in a picture book. I just love so much of the illustrations were handled this way. It really changes the story into something special, I think. What year? The book came out in 1986 by Brock Cole. Actually, I oftentimes I'll find a book I like, and then I'll just look up the author's work and just go on eBay, right, and see. Thrift books, you can get picture books for like $3, $2.99, and I'll sometimes buy just like $10 worth of like a person's work, but I haven't looked up Brock Cole. 1986, reprinted in 1988, so it was popular enough to get a reprint. I like this belligerent Jack too, just kind of like a punk kid. And it's got a very Looney Tunes feel to it, you know, right? Like the giant digs the hole, and he's filling it in. The toe starts helping him fill it in. It's kind of like, it's a very like Elmer Fudd, Bugs Bunny moment. I love it so much. Oh, and then of course this delightful ending. I gotta say, there's so many grandparent books out there, but this would be such a great one for a grandfather to share with their grandkid. I mean, well, yeah, I think it's great. 3 down, 9 to go. Night Noises by Australia's own Mem Fox. Night Noises. Oh, sometimes when I'm shopping in bookstores, I like Mem Fox anyway, but if I ever see a book that's inscribed by the author, I generally pick it up. I just think it's a fun thing to have. With lots of love from Australia and me, Mem Fox, 1992. Night Noises, written by Mem Fox, illustrated by Terry Denton. Lily Laceby lived in an old cottage in the hills. Hey, David, thanks so much for dropping by. It was great to have you here, and I mean it sincerely. Thank you for the support in the group for reading, because if I finish this challenge at all, it's going to be thanks to you. So thanks for dropping by, and I'll see you at the wrap party. Lily Laceby lived in an old cottage in the hills. Her hair was as wispy as cobwebs in ceilings. Her bones were as creaky as floorboards at midnight. Her only companion was a fat old dog called Butch Aggie. People who lived nearby said Lily was nearly 90, but they were only guessing. One wild winter's evening, as Lily Laceby sat by her fire, snug and warm, she drifted off to sleep and began to dream. Butch Aggie dozed at her feet. Outside, clouds raced along the sky, playing hide-and-seek with the moon. Wind and rain rattled at the windows, and trees banged against the roof. Somewhere in the distance, car doors opened and closed softly. Click, clack. Butch Aggie listened, but Lily Laceby kept on dreaming. Feet tiptoed up the garden path. Crunch, crunch. Butch Aggie cocked her head, but Lily Laceby went on dreaming. Voices whispered in bushes. Murmur, mutter, shh. Butch Aggie bristled, but Lily Laceby went on dreaming. Eyes peeped through keyholes. Squint, peek, peer. Butch Aggie's throat rumbled, but Lily Laceby went on dreaming. Hands tried to turn doorknobs, twist, test, rattle. Butch Aggie bared her teeth. But Lily Laceby went on dreaming. Knuckles drummed on door frames, knick, knack, knock. Butch Aggie leaped up, growling, but Lily Laceby went on dreaming. Fists beat upon doors, and voices shouted at the windows. Yell, clatter, bang, bang, bang. Butch Aggie barked and barked. Lily Laceby woke up with a start. Who is it? She called. Who is it on a night like this? It's only us. Let us in. Let us in. Creak, crack went Lily Laceby's knees as she got to her feet. Snick, snack went the bolts on the doors. And in came her 2 sons, her 3 daughters, her 14 grandchildren, her 35 great-grandchildren. Surprise! Happy birthday! Her great-great-grandchild Emily, aged 4.5, and her 47 friends. Are you really 90? Whispered Emily, aged 4.5. Lily Laceby held her hand and smiled. Inside, I'm only 4.5, like you, she whispered back. But don't tell anyone. The end. I expected the knock at the door to be a visit from the Grim Reaper. But it's her family. I don't know if you could see it in the telling, but as she dreams, she travels backwards through her memories. And this one, especially poignant, I believe it's the passing of her husband. There's their wedding photo on the mantle. You know, it's one of those stories kind of like built around, you know, like the refrain of the different sounds and stuff, but it carries so much more with it. You know, here she is, I guess transported all the way to being 4.5 years old. Fair E. Cummings had a place in one of the dedications in the book we visited earlier. Oh, no, I'm not reading that. But E. Cummings. 1, 2, 3, 4. I gotta find me some short books. When we were reading the, are we still here? You still with me? When we were reading The Giant's Toe, I was reminded, seeing the nude child in the book, that I actually have a book with some other nudity in it. Oh Lord, by Ron and Addie Vandermeer. Oh Lord. In the beginning, the Lord God was asleep and dreaming happily. Suddenly, 2 of his smallest angels woke him up. This was a very important day. Stop it, I warn you. Right, that will teach you a lesson. But the Lord felt better after a shower and a good breakfast. He was ready to begin creating heaven and earth. First, he made a few drawings. and then a few more, until at last he was satisfied. "I've got it," he cried. "Let's start." Outside, he started to draw the earth, but it was too dark to see properly. So he made a light and separated the day from the night. Next day, he drew the universe and the clouds in the sky. On the third day, he put dry land in the seas and created all the plants and trees that grow on earth. On the fourth day, he made the sun to shine in the day and the moon and stars at night. On the fifth day, he created all the birds that fly in the air and all the creatures swimming in the seas. Then they stood back to admire their work. It was much more fun now. On the sixth day, the Lord took a clean apron and a large lump of clay. "Today I must model some land animals," he told the angels. "Land animals? I know." "No, I don't." "Oh, Lord, what on earth are they?" "Wait, I must think. I must think very hard. That's it, I've got it. Now you roll that into a ball, while I put a bit here and a bit there. Don't you like it?" If you can make that out, it's like kind of a indistinct quadruped. "Don't you like it?" "Oh, Lord, something's missing." "Look, Lord, we finished it for you." "Beautiful, that's exactly the cat I had in mind." "Come on, let's go and paint it." "I think I'll make it a ginger cat." "It looks nice. Can we play with it?" "Yes, but first I have to breathe life into it." "Good heavens." Soon the next land animal was ready to be painted. So he goes from cat to pig. The angels were proud of their artistic effort, but the Lord was not at all pleased. He told them to repaint it at once. They had just done that when the Lord produced his next animal. The angels made a good start, but a little accident finished it for them. All it needed was a bit of yellow here, a bit of pink there. "That's perfect," said the Lord. "Let's make some more." So they did. Lots more. Some big, some small, some tiny, and some enormous. Unfortunately, not every animal was a complete success. The Lord breathed life into it, then wished he hadn't. He was so furious that he told it to go away and join all the other rejects. But one of the angels thought it was a pity some of these animals couldn't live on earth. Now for something special. But what? I know, something like me. Narcissist. "Look out," said the Lord. Oh, he made a ape. "Help! This animal seems like me," said the Lord. "But such a nose and those ears. What a gorilla. I look much better." So the Lord tried again using one of his angels as a model. "I'll call you Adam," he said. Adam didn't much like the gorilla. "Sorry, I'll make you a better partner. You can model for me now." Adam got more and more excited. He thought it was a masterpiece. "Thank you, Lord. Call me Eve." And the Lord was pleased. "I've done it," he said. "Let's go." Let's go. Let's zoom out here. Let's go to the Garden of Eden. Then, on the seventh day, the Lord had a well-earned rest. A wholly, unholy, unconventional retelling of the story creation that begins in the beginning and chronicles the triumphs and misadventures of that first week when the Lord shaped the world and all of its creatures, assisted sometimes by two of the smallest angels. So for me, in this book, it's just purely the novelty of it, you know. I mean, I'm not compelled to it as, you know, a creation myth or as satire, or not satire, but like, you know, as a creative retelling. But just, you know, things like God sleeping in these like Santa pajamas, you know, spanking the angels. Just this I kind of like, how he paints night from day, or day from night. So those things, but then this, yeah, this gets so weird. There's a weird choice here, right? So mythological creatures, there's a dragon and unicorn, and in this corner a mermaid, which is weird because, you know, half human, and he hasn't made humans yet, so like I think that's weird. He could have put anything in, like manticore, basilisk. I don't know. It's like any kind of lizard. Anyway, Lark. It is the authors, Ron and Ati Vandermeer. But yeah, this moment with the gorilla, problematic for me. Apes, monkeys in picture books are always problematic. Simianization being a thing. And hard to distance or separate from you know, racist imagery in the past. But in this case also just really weird, like, oh, like, are they intended to be partners? Because that gorilla's coming on to Adam in a big way. And then just this line, Adam got more and more excited. Yeah, it's kind of a weird book. Oh Lord. The Fantastic Mr. Wani. You know, because I don't have In the Night Kitchen in my collection. I keep meaning to buy it, but in all my travels and shopping, I've yet to find that book in a used bookstore. Either people snatch it up quickly or it doesn't make it out of people's collections. But although I see a lot of Where the Wild Things Are, and to some degree outside over there, I almost never see In the Night Kitchen. But I should have a stack of books with like nudity or something. It would be all European books if that was the case. The Fantastic Mr. Wani by Kano Usui. To MJF. The Fantastic Mr. Wani. Mr. Wani, hello Mr. Wani. We are having a party at 11 o'clock on Sunday. Please come and join us, the Froggies. Mr. Wani the crocodile was in a hurry. He was almost late for a party in town, so he began to run. He ran faster and faster and faster, but his little legs couldn't keep up. Oops! He tripped, tumbled, and bounced. Meanwhile, a little way down the road, 4 mice were also on their way to a party. It's suddenly very dark. Is it going to rain? Smash! Out of nowhere, Mr. Wani came crashing down on the unsuspecting mice. It's sunny again. I'm sorry I squashed you, said Mr. Wani. I'm rushing to a party, and I'm afraid I'll be late. I just don't know what to do. The mice were very kind, and they put their heads together for him. I have an idea, cried Miss Mouse. Let's use these balloons. You can fly to the party. The mice tied the balloons to Mr. Wani's mouth. You're a genius, Miss Mouse, said Mr. Wani. If I fly, I'll definitely get to the party on time. Mr. Wani ran and took off. Up in the sky, Mrs. Crow was rushing to a party when she came across what she thought were a lot of colorful floating lollipops. Ooh, delicious, she said, as she swooped down to gobble them up. Bang, pop, pop. Mr. Wani plummeted to the ground. Crash! Mr. Wani landed right on top of 3 penguins. The penguins were very upset because Mr. Wani had broken their sled. Oh no, what can we do? How will we get to the party? Cried the penguins. Mr. Wani felt sorry for them, so he offered to take them down the hill. But the Mr. Wani sled went faster and faster and faster. Finally, it flew out of control and the penguins were thrown high into the sky. Mr. Wani sped on. Bump into Mr. Elephant. Youch! Screamed Mr. Elephant, and he sped away like a steam train. Screech! Mr. Elephant skidded to a stop. Mr. Wani was flung into the air and landed right on top of a prickly hedgehog. Ouch! 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 Mr. Wani bounced and bounced higher and higher. Yikes! He cried. Ooh, die cut. Yikes! He cried. He landed right in the middle of the party. Hi, Mr. Wani, have a chip, said the froggies. Mr. Wani's new friends were there too. The party went on for the whole day, and they all had a wonderful time. In the evening, after everyone had left, Mr. Tortoise showed up. He was very, very late. The end. I like that story. I like the character design. I like the illustrations. Let's stay in Japan and visit this book by Tatsuya Miyanishi. I Am a Tyrannosaurus. I'm not sure what number this is in this series, but there's a large number of books with this main character. I Am a Tyrannosaurus. A really long time ago, there were a mom and dad pteranodon. Mom laid an egg on the top of a rocky mountain. One night, the egg rolled around and a cute baby pteranodon hatched. Pop. Mom and Dad Pteranodon were filled with joy. The couple raised the baby with great care. Dad Pteranodon gave the babies lots of food. He said, "Eat well, my son, and grow strong." Mom Pteranodon rocked the baby to sleep. She said, "Grow up to be kind." Dad showed him how to fly in the sky. "Open your wings as wide as you can and push against the ground with all your strength. Then catch the wind. When you fly high, you won't even have to worry about the nasty, scary Tyrannosaurus." Mom covered the baby with her wings on cold, rainy days so that he wouldn't get wet. "You must help anyone who is in trouble," she said. The baby Pteranodon grew quickly and was soon almost as big as his dad. One night, Dad Pteranodon looked at their sleeping son and said to Mom, "Our baby has grown up. It's time to say goodbye." "Do you think he will be all right by himself?" "He'll be fine. He is almost a full-grown Pteranodon." "But can he fly well enough?" "He's old enough to take care of himself," Dad said. Mom shed a tear. Then the two Pteranodons flew away. It was a very quiet night indeed. Morning arrived. The young Pteranodon woke up. "Oh, Mom and Dad aren't here. I wonder where they have gone. Maybe they went looking for food." He waited a long, long time, but Mom and Dad did not come back. "Dad, Mom," the young Pteranodon called many, many times. Then he got tired of calling and fell asleep. Just then, from below, a Tyrannosaurus with blazing eyes was climbing up the rocky mountain. Just as he was about to grab the young Pteranodon. Boom! A nearby volcano erupted. The earth shook. The Tyrannosaurus tumbled down. Crash! The Tyrannosaurus slammed into the ground. When the young Pteranodon went down to see what had happened, the Tyrannosaurus was moaning in pain. Oh! The young Pteranodon wondered what to do because he remembered that his dad had said the Tyrannosaurus was a nasty, scary creature. After a while, the Tyrannosaurus stopped moving. Then the young Pteranodon remembered what his mom had said. You must help anyone who is in trouble. All right, he thought. The young Pteranodon carried the rocks away, one by one. After a while, all the rocks were gone, but the Tyrannosaurus still did not move. Is he all right? The young Pteranodon wondered. Oh, ouch. I can't move my body. I can't see anything. What's happening? The Tyrannosaurus groaned. He was badly injured. Ah, his eyes are also hurt, the young Pteranodon realized. Who's there? The Tyrannosaurus said in a scary voice. Shocked by the sound of the voice, the young Pteranodon said without thinking, I'm a Tyrannosaurus. A Tyrannosaurus like me? Then why is your voice so cute and small? That's because if I spoke loudly, it might hurt you. Understand? The young Pteranodon used all his strength and shouted as loudly as he could. The young Pteranodon felt sorry for the wounded Tyrannosaurus and decided to look after him. When it rained, the young Pteranodon covered the Tyrannosaurus with leaves so his body would not get wet. He took care of the Tyrannosaurus with gentleness and kindness, just as his mom had done for him. Hey, Lark, thank you so much for all your company. I think I just missed you, but it was great hanging with you. And yeah, it's a fun day. I'm definitely going to wrap it up soon, though. He took care of the Tyrannosaurus with gentleness and kindness, just as his mom had done for him. The young Pteranodon fed the Tyrannosaurus red berries. Do they taste good? Yeah, they taste good. Actually, fish would taste better. But I still can't fly to the ocean. Jump to the ocean. The Tyrannosaurus heard what the young Pteranodon said, but did not reply. The young Pteranodon gathered red berries and fed the Tyrannosaurus plenty and plenty more, just as his dad had done for him. Many, many days passed. Then one night the young Pteranodon came back carrying red berries and saw the Tyrannosaurus with his blazing eyes open and a fish in his mouth. He's standing. He can see too. The surprised young Pteranodon dropped the red berries. Hearing the sound of the falling berries, the Tyrannosaurus turned around. Then with fish in his mouth, he charged toward the young Pteranodon. What should I do? The young Pteranodon remembered what his dad had said. Open your wings as wide as you can and push against the ground with all your strength. Then catch the wind. When you fly high, you won't even have to worry about the nasty, scary Tyrannosaurus. The young Pteranodon opened his wings as wide as he could. Here I go. Here I go. Then catch the wind. The young Pteranodon felt the wind on his wings. It's just as Dad told me. I'm flying. Riding on the southern wind, the young Pteranodon soared into the sky. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus ran after the Pteranodon. From high up in the sky, the young Pteranodon looked down at the Tyrannosaurus, who looked very small, and thought, I'm glad that the Tyrannosaurus got better. I'm happy that he can see again. If I were a real Tyrannosaurus, maybe we could have been good friends. Goodbye, Tyrannosaurus. The Tyrannosaurus stopped chasing the young Pteranodon. He looked up into the starry sky and mumbled, I knew all along that you were a Pteranodon. I got the fish that you love to eat so I could share it with you. I wanted to look into your eyes and say thank you. The Tyrannosaurus stared at the sky into which the young Pteranodon had disappeared. Thank you, he said. Thank you. The end. Of the many things I love about this book, I love that ending the most. I mean, it's sad and bittersweet, but I love that Tyrannosaurus just yells after the Pteranodon. Hello, Stephanie. You have missed this stack of reading. These are 23 books, and at that point, I thought I would do 12 more. I thought I might have enough voice to do it. So I made a run for the end zone, and I've gotten 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What did I say was there? 23? Yeah, 23 plus 7. We're at 30 books. And I do think I actually have to wrap it up because, A, my voice cannot take much more. I think nor can my body. It's actually getting warmer up here. You can see it's a lot brighter. We're entering the hottest part of the day. We're entering the hottest part of the day up here in the attic. You see what I did there. Yeah, it's a different type of stream than the donut stream, but I'm going to hop online really quickly, rest my voice. Stick around. I'm going into the I'm going into the picture book challenge spreadsheet. Today is the 27th. If I put in 30 books here, all right, I'm going to take off that half book that I earnestly earned, but I'm going to remove just for the sake of the math. I am at 132 books. I'm at 132 books, which means I have 68 remaining over 6 days. Yeah. So 11 books a day. Well, 12 books a day. 60. Yeah. If I read 2 more books, then it will be an legit 12. Yeah, let's do that. If I read 2 more books, then I only have 12 books a day with no odd remainder. So I'm going to read 2 more books, then I'm going to call it quits. So one of them I grabbed just earlier because yes, it'll be very forgiving on my voice. I grabbed Little Brute Family because I remembered that being short, but I don't think it's the shortest book I can find. I did grab this one. I think I will end with this. Yeah. All right. We are entering the end. Yeah, you wish. Lark asked if she could add these books to her Goodreads, and I said no. All right. Yes by Chris Rashka. Yes? For my parents. Yes? Hey. Who? You. Me? Yes, you. Oh. What's up? Not much. Why? No fun. Oh? No friends. Oh. Yes. Look. Me. You? Yes, me. You? Well. Yes. Yes. Yow. And finally, I know a lot of things. By Anne and Paul Rand. Just so you know, I opened today's proceedings. I opened today with these 2 books. What Do You Say, Dear? By Cecily Joslin. Yes, it's got to be Cecily, right? Cecily Joslin and Maury Sendak, and It's Not a Spoon, It's a Spoon, Not a Shovel by Carolyn Buhner and Mark Buhner. Because both books are in that format of asking kids questions and presenting. And then earlier when I was looking for low word count books, saw this one, and it's sort of, I think, a nice way to sort of bracket the whole day. If this book is as I remember it, it might not be. For Catherine, I Know a Lot of Things by Anne and Paul Rand. I know such a lot of things. I know when I look in the mirror, what I see is me. I know a cat goes meow. A dog goes bow wow, and that is how they talk. Of course I know a horse can pull a wagon full of wood. And even an ant could carry a load on his back big as a berry. And a leaf be a fairy for a snail. I know that I can hide in a cozy cave. Or ride a big blue wave across the sea. I know I can dig a hole this big and climb a tree high as the sky to watch a bird fly by and an acorn drop kerplop kerplop. Or wave hello to a mushroom who's just a little fellow with a big umbrella. I know how things are made. A house has glass and bricks and lots of sticks. A square box has a top as wide as its side. A book needs pages and a cake takes ages to bake. I know the world is wide and the star is far away and the moon is a light for the night and the sun is round as a bun and very bright. Oh, I know such a lot of things, but as I grow, I know I'll know much more. The end. All right. That's it. That's all the books I think I'll read today. Ooh, my voice. I'll stick around a second longer just to wind down. What's your count? How far are you on this challenge? It occurs to me that I could let you count those books towards your total, and if it works that way, then I can also count double my books because Lark listened to most of them. David dropped in for a while too, so I'll just triple my number and say I read 90 books, 96 books, whoa, which would put me exactly at 200. I made it. You're at 155. That's a great number. I need that. Yeah, so if I did my math correctly, which I'm pretty sure I did, I have 12 books a day to go between now. If I read 12 books every day for the rest of this week, I'll be able to make... Whoops. What? Come on. Oh, I don't know if you could hear that, but there was a trumpet, that sad trombone sound. 134, which means I have 66 books. 11 books a day. Not even. Oh, it's not even 12. It's 11 books a day. No, because there's only 5 days left in the challenge. Ugh. All right, fine. I thought there were 6. It's 6 days including today. Okay, so if at this moment, maybe tonight, not on the air. You did hear it. Okay. It's connected to my key, so I was typing in the numbers and I can give myself one of these, though. Oh, I got a wow, but I meant to do... Thank you. Thank you. Where's the... I know, that's not what I'm looking for. That's the one I'm looking for. The peanut gallery. Oh, I don't think I'm supposed to say that. Okay. Yeah. Starting tonight after this broadcast this evening, and then every day going forward between now and September 1st, if I read 11 books, I will make the challenge, and it feels doable. Oh, all right. Thanks, Stephanie, for dropping in right now. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you, Lark. Thank you, David. Thank you, Brittany. That's it. I will update you on the social